Chapter 1567. From today, you are my wife. After chatting for a while, Ning Qi asked Lu Ling to arrange rooms for Ning Ziyuan and the others. The wedding was tomorrow, so they had to stay here for the night. Ning Ziyuan, the old man, seemed to have met his life idle. As long as Uncle Dongfang spoke, he would sit up straight like a student. Only when Uncle Dongfang seemed a little impatient and Lu Ling invited them to see the room did the old man leave reluctantly. Your chairman, how did he know General Dongfang? After arriving at the room, Ning Ziyuan finally couldn't help but ask Lu Ling. Ning Jian and the others also pricked up their ears and looked at Lu Ling curiously. I'm just the general manager's assistant. I was assigned to do some chores by the chairman's side. I don't know how the chairman got to know Mr. Dongfang, but the only thing I know is that no one in China dares to say that the chairman is a thief. Lu Ling smiled faintly and turned to leave. Ning Ziyuan and the others were stunned. After a while, Ning Jian said in a low voice, Dad, Ning Qi's current identity is extraordinary. You should talk less about him in the future. Even General Dongfang is his distinguished guest. If he gets angry, I'm afraid all of us will have to retire and go home to enjoy our old age. Ning Jian's other siblings nodded hurriedly. However, other than this worry, their minds were now active. After all, they were Ning Qi's relatives. Ning Qi's current identity was so terrifying that he definitely knew more than just Uncle Dongfang. Presumably, he knew all the famous people in Tianhai City. If they could build a relationship with those people through Ning Qi, their careers would be bright. You guys. Ning Ziyuan was just about to get angry, but on second thought, what his son said made sense. The current Ning Qi was different from the past, and he couldn't treat him like he used to. The next day, under the arrangement of professionals, every hall in the mansion was filled with tables. These were for the villagers nearby. In the main courtyard, there were more than 10 big tables. Ning Qi, Old Man Wang, Chun Peng, Uncle Dongfang, and the others sat at the main table. Almost all of the nearby villagers who had free time had come. They sat in their seats and talked loudly, pointing at the decorations in the courtyard. Their words were full of envy, and when they saw the men in black standing nearby, they would all think of Wang Goer who had been captured. Grandpa, we can't even get to the main table. There are so many empty seats over there. Can't we get a table? One of Ning Ziyuan's grandsons said in dissatisfaction. Their seats were very close to the main courtyard, but they were still not in the main courtyard. The few tables around them were filled with local villagers. Not only him, but even Ning Jian and the others were somewhat dissatisfied. Ning Ziyuan said calmly, We'll sit wherever the master tells us to sit. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Ning Qi, and a hint of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly walked in. The one in the lead was Hua Lang, and Lu Ling was currently beside her. Behind the two girls was a group of old men, about a dozen of them. They came to Ning Qi and greeted him with a smile. Then, they nodded at Uncle Dongfang and sat down under the arrangement of Lu Ling. Dad, Ning Jian was dumbfounded as he looked at Ning Ziyuan, who was also stunned. If they were not mistaken, this group of old men used to often appear on television for a period of time, but they had disappeared in recent years. They are, Ning Ziyuan's other children also immediately recognized the origin of this group of old men, and their faces showed shock. Before they could react, another group of people walked in. When they saw the appearance of this group of people, their faces became even more shocked, but they also came to a realization in their hearts. Since even the group of old people from the capital had come, it was normal for the leaders of Tianhai City to also appear here. However, this group of people that they usually saw sitting upright and still did not even dare to say a word. Immediately afterward, group after group of people were led to the main seats, and they were basically elites in the political, military, and business circles. At this time, a roar came from the sky, and they saw 12 helicopters flying in from afar. When everyone heard this sound, they could not help but stretch out their heads to take a look, and they were immediately shocked. They've even used the helicopters. Boss, the bride is here. Lin Jun smiled. Ning Qi did not follow the custom to pick up the sacred concubine, mainly because the sacred concubine said that she wanted to give them a surprise. When everyone's attention was focused on the helicopters, they suddenly noticed that there was a rain of flowers in the sky. Light pink petals fell to the ground one by one, and in the blink of an eye, they melted and disappeared, as if they were illusory. More and more flowers were raining, and everyone's eyes revealed a trace of shock. At first, they thought that the helicopters were scattering flowers, but upon closer inspection, these petals were naturally generated from the void. Is this virtual reality technology? Ning Jian could not help but be shocked. Dad, virtual reality technology has not been developed to such a high level, right? Look at these petals. Ning Jian's son reached out to pick them up, but when the petals fell on his hand, they disappeared, but he could still feel a trace of touch. Damn, so romantic. Yu Qingfeng could not help but sigh. The sky seemed to have become a sea of flowers, and everyone seemed to vaguely see a figure in the sea of flowers. There's someone? There's someone in the sea of flowers! Someone exclaimed in shock. When the sea of flowers gradually dispersed, they saw that there were 5 more women in front of Ning Qi, each more beautiful than the previous. The one in the lead was wearing a white wedding dress, and her face was extremely beautiful. She must be the bride. Everyone thought in their hearts. The appearance of the 4 girls behind her was not inferior, and the eyes of many men on the scene almost became dull at this moment. The way the sacred concubine appeared was something that everyone had never seen before. Is this magic? A wise old man suddenly said. Everyone was still thinking hard, but when they heard this sentence they seemed to have found the reason. As long as it was magic, they did not feel that it was so strange. As for the principle behind it, naturally, only the magician himself would know. Ning Qi stepped forward and held the sacred concubine's hand, a trace of a smile on his face. From today onwards, you are my wife. And, from today onwards, you are my husband. The sacred concubine looked at Ning Qi affectionately. The wedding banquet went smoothly, and as for the toast, it was skipped. Ning Qi would not go to the same table as the sacred concubine, and the other people in the main courtyard did not dare to take the initiative to toast Ning Qi. In this way, Old Man Wang and Uncle Dongfang became the target of their attack. When the delicacies of the land and sea were served on the table, the villagers who came to participate in the wedding banquet also began to eat with satisfaction. Chapter 1568. Chapter 1568. Recovery Kunlun Mountain Range. After 10 years, Ning Qi once again stepped into this place. After his previous marriage, Ning Qi spent most of his time cultivating the prison-suppressing dragon-elephant art. However, he was constantly calculating the time. When the time was almost up, Ning Qi would gather the saint concubine and the other women together. If there were any changes, he would board the Niwa ship and leave first. It had to be said that in the past few years, Little Six had taken Niwa all over the world. He had dug out several spiritual weapons of different grades, but there were no immortal weapons among them. This made Little Six very disappointed. He was extremely jealous of Ning Qi, who could get a top-grade Dao weapon. As soon as Ning Qi stepped into the Kunlun mountain range, he felt the Immortal Lord token in his spatial bag tremble. He gently took out the Immortal Lord token and held it in his hand. The surrounding scenery suddenly began to change again. In the Kunlun mountain range that was originally like a wasteland, flowers, plants and spiritual trees grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if they were dyed and swept in all directions. In just half an hour, Kunlun had already undergone great changes. It's not an illusion. It's really starting to change. Is there a formation under Kunlun? Ning Qi stood in place, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Then, Ning Qi found that the changes of Kunlun were far from limited to this place. They were spreading crazily in all 4 directions. Ning Qi moved and appeared in the air. He looked into the distance. At this speed, the entire Earth would be surrounded by forests in less than half a month. Even those cities were no exception. Ning Qi was the first to find out about the changes in Kunlun. Soon, the governments of various countries also noticed it. Everyone was shocked. China was the first to find out and sent out a reconnaissance plane. Leader, Uncle Dongfang and the others have been trying to contact you. Do you want to meet them? Nua's voice sounded in Ning Qi's mind. Ning Qi scanned with his divine will. He stretched out his hand and a void appeared in front of him. Capital city, Huaxia. In a conference room, 8 old men sat around a round table. They were looking at the big screen in the conference room with solemn eyes. On it was the image of Kunlun Mountain brought by the reconnaissance plane. The changes in Kunlun Mountain are probably related to the existence of that level. But as far as I know, other than Mr. Ning Beixian, although the others can also walk in the air, their actual means are definitely not as strange. An old man said with a frown. He was wearing a military uniform and had a very high military rank. Uncle Dongfang, have you contacted Mr. Ning? The other elders looked at Dongfang Bo. Uncle Dongfang nodded. I've already contacted him, but I can't guarantee whether or not Mr. Ning will see us. As soon as he finished speaking, a void crack suddenly appeared in the conference room. Then, to everyone's shock, Ning Qi walked out of it. Mr. Ning? Uncle Dongfang was dumbfounded. Ning Qi swept his gaze across the crowd before looking back at the screen. You guys are here because of the changes in Kunlun, right? Mr. Ning, may I ask how great the impact of the changes in Kunlun Mountain is? Will it implicate the city? The old man in military uniform said respectfully. I don't know exactly how great the impact will be. Ning Qi shook his head lightly. Then, should we do something about it? Or should we let this matter develop? An old man frowned. You can give it a try. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at each other. An old man immediately issued a series of orders. Then, an army quickly arrived near Kunlun Mountain. When they found that the sea of forests was still spreading towards them at a speed visible to the naked eye, they used several methods, including explosives and concrete. However, they were shocked to find that after the roads were blown up, the collapsed roads were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of the sea of forests did not slow down at all. When the nearest city to Kunlun Mountain was turned into a forest, the internet exploded. Such a thing could not be concealed even if they wanted to. Every TV station was broadcasting news related to this. The world has recovered. A scientist excitedly expressed his opinion on the TV station. Most of the scientists' views were more inclined to the world's recovery. A mysterious force was changing the direction of tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Apart from that, some superstitious doomsday sects also took the opportunity to promote their belief. However, the governments of the various countries reacted very quickly. They tried to maintain order as much as possible. Due to the spread of the sea of forests, there were many casualties, but not to the extent that the world would fall into chaos. The sea of forests was milder than people had imagined. In just half a month, except for the oceans, the surface of the earth was basically covered with lush greenery. Just when people thought that the changes had ended, they were horrified to find that the earth had grown bigger. Originally, 2 small towns were separated by 50 kilometers, but after the earth grew bigger, they were separated by more than 5,000 kilometers. There were endless hot posts on the internet, and they were all discussions about the changes on Earth. When they found that there were no more terrible changes that could kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of people, many people not only accepted this change, but most of them also entered a state of ecstasy. Only the rich bosses of the big corporations wanted to cry, but had no tears. Nuwa. Ning Qi and the others stood in the control room, calmly looking at the images of various places transmitted by Nuwa. Young master, the changes in your hometown are a bit similar to the changes in our Dongxian land. Little Yuer said. I think that this planet is just recovering, Niwa said. Recovering, Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. If it was really recovering, it meant that the Earth must have been very big back then. Because the changes did not stop, but they were very slow. About a month after the day of the world's recovery, there was suddenly an ordinary person in Huaxia who could send a tank flying with a punch. This strength was at least equivalent to a level 2 qi refinement cultivator. Apart from that, some people found that they could suddenly control fire and ice. Such people appeared in about 1 in 100,000 people. Chapter 1569. The immortal race descends. In the past half a year, the immortal Lord Token trembled more and more violently. Ning Qi was the first to discover that the Kunlun mountain range, the giant stone array, and other places that he once felt were strange had a layer of fog appearing. If ordinary people wanted to enter, they would be blocked and repelled by the fog. Ning Qi believed that this series of changes was related to Kunlun and the immortal ceiling formation. However, the immortal ceiling formation had not been activated yet, and Earth had already become like this. If it was really activated, what would Earth look like? As time passed, the people on Earth gradually became familiar with this new world. The changes in the world, other than some people who died at the beginning, some people who were seriously ill suddenly found that their illnesses were inexplicably cured. Some ordinary people who had not awakened their power also found that their strength was at least twice as strong as before. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by this discovery, because scientists had already proven that the human lifespan was likely to increase to about 180 years. This time, even those who had suffered heavy losses because of the changes in the world gradually had a friendly attitude towards this world. Imagine going out every day and being able to breathe the purest air, and their bodies were full of strength. This feeling was something that money could not buy. Beijing. Mr. Ning, will this change stop here? Ning Qi had already become the chief consultant of China. They had many things that they did not understand and needed Ning Qi to answer and solve their doubt. A few old men looked at Ning Qi eagerly. In just half a year, their age seemed to have become 10 or 20 years younger. A few of them had hidden injuries, but now under Ning Qi's observation, these hidden injuries had been cured. In Ning Qi's view, this matter was not strange at all, because Kunlun Mountain was releasing a large amount of immortal qi. According to Ning Qi's estimation, the immortal qi that gushed out of Kunlun Mountain range was several times thicker than all the immortal qi in his body. What kind of concept was this? The density of Ning Qi's immortal qi was many times higher than that of other existences of the same level. This was equivalent to a dozen masters of creation suddenly sacrificing themselves. Those ordinary people received these sacrifices, and their bodies were naturally changing. The change has not stopped yet, but you have almost trained those 10,000 awakened ones. You can arrange them to various major cities to maintain order, because there will be more such awakened ones in the future. To prevent them from stirring up trouble when they have power, I'm afraid you have to move faster. Ning Qi said lightly. Yes. Dongfang Bo nodded solemnly. China had established a special department called Sky Mender. Because of Ning Qi, Dongfang Bo became the head of Sky Mender and was responsible for the training of more than 10,000 people. Another month or so passed. Suddenly, one day, someone found that the phone could not be used. After investigation, it turned out that the signal could not be transmitted through the air and was blocked by something. After that, all kinds of electrical appliances gradually entered a state of obsolescence, and all countries suddenly found that they had lost control of the satellite. Until one day, even the network disappeared without any warning. There were no lights, no electricity, no internet, and the car could not be started. Not long after, a faint white curtain suddenly appeared in the sky. By Shuiyang, Ning Qi and Little Six were sitting in the yard. There was no one else around. The heavenly Tao here has been revived. Little Six looked at the white screen in the sky and chuckled. That's the Heavenly Tao Array. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to leave in the future. Ning Qi possessed the Dragon Slayer saber, and even the Heaven's Path formation of the central continent could not stop him, let alone this place. Furthermore, his Dragon Slayer saber had already become a low-grade immortal artifact, so he was not too worried about it. Why did the Heavenly Tao suddenly revive? After the Heavenly Tao revived, what did it do? Ning Qi frowned. The resurrection of the Heavenly Tao means that this world has to abide by the rules of the game set by the Heavenly Tao. This is actually very normal. There is no place where the Heavenly Tao will die forever. Once the time is up, it will revive. Now that things like electrical appliances are unusable, it is related to the Heavenly Tao. Little Six smiled. Ning Qi did not say anything about the immortal ceiling formation because he was not sure if the system would allow him to reveal it. But after hearing what Little Six said, could it be that everything was a coincidence? The illusory figure of Kunlun said that in 10 spring and autumn, the immortal bestowment would begin. Was she able to predict the time when the Heavenly Tao would revive, or was she formed from the remnant consciousness of the Heavenly Tao? Suddenly, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he took out the Immortal Monarch token. The Immortal Monarch token that had been trembling non-stop had already calmed down, but the moment Ning Qi took it out, a white light shot into the sky and shot into the void. The white light became thicker and thicker in the sky, at least in Asia, it could be seen with the naked eye. Groups of people walked out of their houses and stood on the streets, looking at the white light. Did you all see that white light? The world is changing again? I'm so scared. When the white light appears, the end of the world is coming. That's the light of heavenly punishment. Some people were filled with fear towards the white light, but more people were secretly looking forward to it. They really wanted to become the awakened. After some guesses and deductions, the awakened would appear in the early and middle stages of the world's change. When it came to the later stages, there would be very few awakened. This meant that the awakened had a certain connection with the world's change. The speed at which the world was changing was very slow. If one did not observe it carefully, it was almost impossible to detect it. Hence, the number of awakened was decreasing. Now that the white light had appeared, it was very likely that the world would change again. Those who wanted to become awakened were naturally very happy. Ning Qi brought Little Six into the Nuwa and flew around the earth. He found that there were a few more such white lights. Basically, every country in the world had a light pillar. This reminded Ning Qi of the time when he was in the Wang family's ancestral city. He had used the warrior immortal body, and then there had also been a light pillar that seemed to have descended from the immortal tribe. Could it be that this white light was related to the immortal continent? A full 24 hours had passed since the white light appeared. Even darkness could not drown out the light pillar. On the second day, those who had been paying attention to the white light without blinking suddenly discovered in shock that there seemed to be a figure slowly descending from the source of the light pillar. When the figure was only about 700 to 800 meters away from the ground, he stopped. This scene happened in all the other light pillars at the same time. This person was dressed in a Taoist robe and had an immortal aura around him. His hair was neatly coiled, and only 2 strands of white hair hung down from his temples. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and at that moment, he was looking at the earth with indifferent eyes. What's going on? Is this guy an immortal? Are there really immortals on earth? Are you stupid? There are even awakened. Is it that strange to have immortals? Chapter 1570. Advancement mission completed. The elder's voice was loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. The immortal bestowal array has been activated? A strange look flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. The advancement mission had called for him to activate the immortal bestowal array, but Ning Qi did not know that it had already been activated. I am Yama. You have activated a Grade 1 immortal bestowal array. According to the rules, a Grade 1 Immortal Bestowal Array can bring 36 people to the Immortal Land. If you do not have a candidate, I will choose myself. The elder's voice resounded throughout the world. Bring in the Immortal Land? Many people looked confused. However, the people of Huaxia were not unfamiliar with these words, because they had the word immortal in them. Bring them to the Immortal Land? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Could the Immortal Bestowal Array be used to bring people to the Immortal Land? But why would there be such an array? Perhaps because he saw the confusion in Ning Qi's eyes. Little Six's eyes flashed with horror when he heard the words Immortal Bestowal Array. Clearly, he had some understanding of the matter. Boss, there must have been mighty figures here. Even the most basic Immortal Bestowal Array is not easy to set up. I'm afraid that the existence who set up such an array is at least an immortal lord. When their heritage in the Immortal Land withered, they would use the Immortal Bestowal Array to send new blood from their homeland. Little Six whispered. Ning Qi was enlightened, but at that moment, a voice sounded above their heads. Ancient Sky Dragon Clan? Oh, there's also a little guy. He's many times more terrifying than the others here. It's a pity that your bloodline has nothing to do with this place. Otherwise, I would have done you a favor and brought you to the Immortal Land. It was the voice of the elder in Taoist robes who called himself Yama. Ning Qi and Little Six's hair stood on end. The two of them had been discovered so quickly by the elder? Don't be afraid. Since the Immortal Bestowal Array has nothing to do with you, just watch. Yama's voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, Ning Qi and Little Six looked towards the pillar of light in the distance. They saw Yama lightly waving his hand, and a pillar of light shot out. Then, in the blink of an eye, a woman with a blank expression appeared in the pillar of light. When she discovered the environment she was in, she immediately screamed in horror. "You're so noisy! What are you unhappy about after I helped you become an immortal?" Yen Luo shouted coldly. The woman immediately looked at him in fear, but a hint of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. Become an immortal? Could she really become an immortal? People from all over the world saw this scene. While they were shocked, many people looked at the woman in the pillar of light with jealousy. Why didn't such an opportunity fall on them? However, there were a total of 36 people, so there were still 35 spots left. Thinking of this, they all looked at the old man expectantly, and some even shouted, "Choose me!" Immediately after, several beams of light shot out from the elder's hand. A few more figures appeared in the light beams, but among them were people with white skin and people with black skin. They looked at each other in surprise. Soon, the number of people in the beam of light reached 33. When the 34th person appeared, Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Li Xian. Li Xian has also been chosen by King Yenluo. Li Xian, who was already a Do-Dan realm cultivator, was not as flustered as the others. Instead, she looked at everything calmly. Bei Xian. Cold Sky Saint Concubine stood beside Ning Qi and grabbed his arm worriedly. It is Li Xian's good fortune to be guided to the immortal continent, Ning Qi said. Soon, King Yenluo had chosen 36 people. Among these 36 people, other than a few who were very frightened and unwilling to become immortals, the rest were looking around excitedly. Although they did not know what they would face next, it was very likely to be a good thing. Host, please bring the Good Fortune Jade Disc and head to the Kunlun mountain range to open the Immortal Bestowal Array. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Isn't the Immortal Bestowal Array already opened? Ning Qi frowned. Host, please bring the Good Fortune Jade Disc and head, the system repeated again. Ning Qi frowned slightly. He directly tore open the void and stepped into the Kunlun mountain range. The Kunlun mountain range's fog could block ordinary people and ordinary cultivators, but it could not stop Ning Qi. When Ning Qi just entered the Kunlun mountain range, the Immortal Monarch token suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared from his hand. Ning Qi immediately chased after the Immortal Monarch token. However, He realized that in the center of the Kunlun mountain range, there was an additional high platform. Near the high platform there were dense and profound lines. The immortal bestowal array's core. Ning Qi's expression was somewhat grave. The immortal monarch token had appeared in the core of the array, and there was an endless stream of immortal spirit energy surging out from its body. After the immortal spirit energy left Kunlun, it headed towards the light pillars in various places. In an instant, those light pillars were enveloped by the immortal spirit energy and frantically surged into King Yenluo's body. The immortal bestowal is complete. Follow me. After King Yenluo obtained the immortal spirit energy, a golden light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the 37 people, including him, directly headed towards the end of the light pillar, as though they were ascending to immortality. Following that, the light pillar gradually dimmed and finally disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, unable to control themselves for a long time. The mission is considered completed, right? Ning Qi retracted his gaze and walked to the core of the array to take down the immortal monarch token. He immediately discovered that the immortal monarch token's aura was 10 times weaker than before. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the advancement mission. Host, please choose your own advancement time. The system notification suddenly sounded. Ning Qi put away the immortal monarch token, but he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. After returning to Earth this time, he had successfully completed 2 missions, and the rewards were bountiful. In just a short span of 10 years, he had obtained 2 dragon pearls, allowing the Dragon Slayer saber to recover the power of a low-grade immortal weapon. As for the advancement mission, it was extremely crucial. Only by completing the advancement mission could Ning Qi break through to the creation realm. With a flash, Ning Qi appeared in the top cultivation training ground. System, begin advancement. Ning Qi silently said in his heart. There was a sudden roar in Ning Qi's mind. In the next moment, a pillar of light enveloped Ning Qi, making it impossible for others to see his figure clearly. As for Ning Qi himself, he could feel the changes in the advancement. His heaven-grade top-grade 10,000 ancient immortal Emperor Dharma form, which was his current physical body, was constantly disintegrating, fusing, disintegrating, and fusing again. This repeated over and over again, causing his Dharma form to condense. Ning Qi did not know how long had passed. At this moment, he had no concept of time. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps it was another year. One day, the pillar of light suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1571. Cultivation under the lightning tribulation. Ning Qi spat out a mouthful of golden blood and quickly crawled out of the hole. His current physical strength was extremely terrifying. As for how strong it was, Ning Qi had no idea. However, a single bolt of lightning had injured him internally, causing the immortal qi in his body to become chaotic. It was obvious how terrifying the power of that bolt of lightning was. If it had been any other cultivator at the Transcendence Realm, they would probably have been reduced to ashes. Lightning tribulation. Ning Qi looked at the vortex in the sky seriously. The vortex seemed to be condensing a second lightning bolt, and its aura was more than 50% more terrifying than the first. The second lightning bolt struck Ning Qi without any suspense. Ning Qi immediately took out the 9 Skanda Divine Bell, but the lightning bolt passed through it and landed on Ning Qi again, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. This lightning tribulation is directly striking me. Is the spirit weapon ineffective? Ning Qi gritted his teeth. When the third lightning bolt struck, he held the Dragon Slayer saber and faced it directly. Indeed, perhaps because of the Heavenly Tao's rules, the lightning bolt still passed through the Dragon Slayer saber and landed accurately on Ning Qi. Ning Qi was in a sorry state, and his body was charred black. The power of the third lightning bolt was more than double that of the first. If it continued to increase in power, Ning Qi's health would probably not be able to withstand it until the 8th lightning bolt. The fourth lightning bolt took much longer to condense than the first. When it struck Ningqi took out dozens of dark artifacts from his spatial bag and threw them at it. Boom! The dark artifacts shattered. It was effective. Unfortunately, the grade of the dark artifacts was too low. They could only slightly weaken the power of the fourth lightning bolt. It still landed accurately on Ningqi. Ningqi was blasted to the ground by the lightning bolt and bounced back up. The immortal qi in his body was continuously flowing into his cells, healing his terrible injuries. When the fifth bolt of lightning struck, Ningqi took out the hundreds of dark artifacts that he had stored earlier. These hundreds of dark artifacts played a good role. At the very least, they reduced the power of the fifth bolt of lightning by about 20%. The sixth lightning bolt was condensing. Ningqi seemed to be at his wits' end. The sixth lightning tribulation took a long time to condense and did not descend immediately. Just as Ningqi was thinking about how to block the next lightning tribulation, the system's prompt rang out. Host, please circulate the imprisonment dragon elephant art. Circulate the imprisonment elephant art? Ningqi was slightly startled. At this time, the sixth lightning tribulation was about to fall. Ningqi didn't have time to ask the system, so he followed its instructions and began to circulate the imprisonment dragon elephant art. Boom! The sixth thunder tribulation fell on Ningqi's body, but it didn't hurt as much as he had imagined. The pain was about the same as the first and second thunder tribulation. Immediately after, a terrifying aura surged into Ningqi's body. Ningqi's eyes lit up as he immediately captured this aura and refined it. It was as if he had consumed tens of thousands of rejuvenation pills, causing the progress of his confinement dragon elephant art to skyrocket. Using the lightning tribulation to cultivate. In the cultivation world, this was probably the only scorpion that could defecate. For ordinary cultivators, not to mention using the lightning tribulation to cultivate, it would be good enough if they didn't die. Even if their physical bodies could withstand the first few thunder tribulations, they didn't have a primordial immortal emperor dharma form like Ningqi, nor did they have the imprisonment dragon elephant art. As long as I continue to circulate the imprisonment dragon elephant art, I can absorb most of the power of the lightning tribulation. The remaining power isn't enough to kill me. Instead, it can push my imprisonment dragon elephant art to the seventh layer. This isn't the lightning tribulation, this is my fortune, Ningqi secretly rejoiced. It did not take long for the seventh lightning bolt to strike Ningqi's body. 90% of the lightning bolt's power was absorbed by Ningqi, leaving only 10% to deal damage to Ningqi. The pain he felt was roughly the same as the second lightning bolt. Gritting his teeth, he could endure it. 90% of the power of this thunder tribulation was much more vigorous than the sixth thunder tribulation. Ningqi kept absorbing the power from it to cultivate the imprisonment dragon elephant art. The cells in his body began to cheer. Seeing that the eighth tribulation lightning had finished condensing, Ningqi discovered that he had only absorbed around 50% of the seventh tribulation lightning's energy. Before he could react, the eighth tribulation lightning had already descended upon his body, meridians, muscles and dantian. Ningqi felt as though he was being torn apart by the eighth tribulation lightning. The intense pain caused Ningqi to involuntarily cry out in shock. No. I might be killed by the ninth thunder tribulation. Ningqi crazily operated his cultivation method while using his divine sense to sense the vortex in the sky. The ninth thunder tribulation was condensing, and the vortex was 100 times larger than the previous 8. Before it struck, Ningqi could already feel the terrifying aura coming from it. Ningqi had no doubt that this aura could directly blast him into pieces. At this moment, Ningqi's meridians had been torn apart by the sudden influx of thunder tribulation energy. The energy from the seventh and eighth thunder tribulation was more than 10 times thicker than Ningqi's own immortal qi. Ningqi was confident that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to completely absorb it and use it for himself. However, what Ning-Chi lacked now was time. The ninth thunder tribulation was about to finish condensing. System, your host is about to be struck to death. Why don't you think of something? Or should I just erase this thunder tribulation? Ning-Chi roared in his heart. Thunder tribulation is formed by the heavenly Tao. This system has no right to erase it. The system said coldly. Damn it! Ning-Chi cursed. He thought that after the advancement of the system, he would not need to face the thunder tribulation. He did not expect that the system was not as omnipotent as it used to be. After that, Ning-Chi calmed down. His body swelled with the wind, and the imprisonment dragon-elephant art was pushed to the extreme. The thunder tribulation energy in his body was madly absorbed. Thunder tribulation. Come on. Ning-Chi's face revealed a crazed expression. Perhaps sensing his provocation, the ninth thunder tribulation immediately struck down. This thunder tribulation was more than 10 feet wide. In an instant, it struck Ning-Chi's body. At this moment, Ning-Chi's HP was reduced by 70 to 80%. The vortex in the sky slowly disappeared. Haha! It didn't kill me. Ning-Chi laughed wildly. The vortex disappeared, indicating that he had survived the thunder tribulation. However, Ning-Chi immediately found that because of absorbing the ninth thunder tribulation, his body was in a mess. The power of the thunder tribulation was dozens of times stronger than the immortal Qi. It directly forced the immortal Qi into a corner. In addition, Ning-Chi's body had an additional power. This power was very familiar to Ning-Chi. It was the power of creation. Chapter 1572. Heavenly Tao Rejection. Chapter 1572. Heavenly Tao Rejection. Just a little more and I'll be done. After transcending the lightning tribulation, Ning-Chi became a first tribulation creator. However, the power of the lightning tribulation in his body was extremely difficult to absorb because of the huge amount. Before he absorbed this power, he couldn't even use the immortal spiritual Qi or the power of creation. Ning-Chi had once looked up the information. After breaking through to the first tribulation creator, he would start to build his creation domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considered a true creator. Ning-Chi had to wait until he finished absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation before he could start building his creation domain. Year after year, Ning-Chi spent over 100 years to convert the power of the lightning tribulation in his body into immortal spiritual Qi using the confining dragon-elephant art. He had a feeling that the benefits he obtained from the lightning tribulation had pushed the confining dragon-elephant art to the peak of the 6th level. In the next moment, Ning-Chi's mind moved, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Ning-Chi was in the middle of a vast plain, and he couldn't see the end of it. This is my creation domain? It's so big. Ning-Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Supremacy Blazing Sun was a first tribulation creator. Ning-Chi had seen his creation domain before, and it was at most 100 feet wide. However, Ning-Chi's creation domain was more than 100 feet wide. With a thought, a mountain range broke out of the ground, and it stretched for thousands of miles. If there was a mountain, there would naturally be water. A river flowed beside the mountain, and the scenery changed until Ning-Chi's power of creation was exhausted. But in this short period of time, the plain also changed greatly. The only regret was that Ning-Chi couldn't create living things. A shocked voice sounded from within Ning-Chi's body. This is your creation domain? Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon's figure appeared in front of Ning-Chi. He didn't dare to go to the outside world, fearing that he would be taken away by the netherworld cultivators. But this was Ning-Chi's creation domain, and he could come out and stay for a while. Yes. Ning-Chi smiled and nodded. The Devouring Dragon Pill Emperor looked at Ning-Chi strangely. A first tribulation creator with low aptitude would have a creation domain that's 10 feet wide. A creation domain that's 100 feet wide for those with medium aptitude would have 1,000 feet wide for those with high aptitude. You're just a first tribulation creator, yet your creation domain is so vast. It's not much weaker than my creation domain fragment, right? If I continue to advance. Pill Emperor Devouring Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air when he said that. He didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Ning Chi's creation domain would be when he broke through to the 9 tribulation creator realm. It wouldn't be a problem to put the entire central continent in it, right? Ning Chi discovered a flaw in his body. His immortal chi wasn't converted into the power of creation. Instead, his body generated the power of creation on its own. This power was a few hundred times weaker than his current immortal chi, but it was dozens of times denser than Blazing Sun supremacies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cause so many changes to the plane in such a short period of time. However, the power of creation didn't conflict with the immortal chi. Instead, it circulated together with the immortal chi. Ning Chi didn't care about it. In the central continent's heavenly Tao, the power of creation was stronger than the immortal chi. But in the immortal continent, the power of creation was far less terrifying than the immortal chi. The immortal chi is the main, and the power of creation is the auxiliary. Ning Chi decided on a plan for his future cultivation goal. Ning Chi stayed in the training ground for more than 100 years. More than 3 months passed in the outside world. When he left the training ground, he seemed to feel that the world was different from the past. There was a faint repulsive force surging toward Ning Chi. Ning Chi's divine will locked onto Nuwa's position. He tore open a crack in the void and stepped inside. At this time, he found that the sacred concubine and the others didn't look too good. Leader, you're finally back. The Nuwa ship seems to have been under attack recently. Lightning strikes occasionally. Nuwa hurriedly said. Ning Chi's gaze swept across the sacred concubine and the others. He found that Hualang, who had the highest cultivation among them and was already at the transcendence realm, was pale. The sacred concubine and the others were even more so. They looked like ordinary people who had fallen ill. Their faces were pale and they didn't seem to be in good spirits. The heavenly Tao's rules have probably discovered that we don't belong here. Ning Chi's expression was grave. Then let's leave this place quickly. If this continues, Nuwa won't be able to withstand more lightning strike. Nuwa smiled bitterly. Let's hide in outer space first. Ning Chi muttered. Nuwa nodded. Nuwa soared into the sky and stopped in front of the heavenly Tao formation. Ning Chi walked to the formation with the Dragon Slayer saber and prepared to use the same trick again. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 100 slashes. He slashed over 100 times, but the heavenly Tao formation didn't move at all. Only a faint ripple flashed, and the Dragon Slayer saber's attack was neutralized. The last time Ning Chi came out from the central mainland, the Dragon Slayer saber hadn't recovered to the level of an inferior grade immortal artifact. It could still leave some marks on the heavenly Tao formation. But this time, Ning Chi thought that he would be able to break the heavenly Tao formation with 2 or 3 slashes. He didn't expect that more than 100 slashes would have no effect. The heavenly Tao of this place has just been resurrected, and it already possesses such divine might. When it was still alive, wouldn't it be much stronger than the heavenly Tao of the central mainland? A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. Next, he withstood the repulsive force of heaven and earth and swung the Dragon Slayer saber madly. But after thousands of slashes, even when Ning Chi's immortal chi was exhausted, the heavenly Tao formation still didn't move. There wasn't even a crack. Ning Chi's expression gradually turned solemn. He returned to Nuwa and called Little Six out. After learning about the situation, Little Six seemed to remember something. Little Six, you're knowledgeable. What should we do now? Ning Chi asked. I'm afraid you won't be able to break the heavenly Tao formation. If I'm not mistaken, the heavenly Tao formation here should be at the immortal level. In other words, there used to be immortals here. No wonder even the immortal Lord token was left here. When an immortal level heavenly Tao is resurrected, it will devour everything and everyone that doesn't belong here and turn them into nourishment. But fortunately, the newly resurrected heavenly Tao isn't that powerful. Otherwise, you'll be devoured immediately. Little Six said. Doesn't that mean we can only wait to be devoured slowly? Zuoling was a little surprised. There's still time. I found a place here that looks like an ancient teleportation array. Boss, you have the Immortal Lord token, why don't you go in and give it a try? Little Six said. You're talking about the giant stone array. That's fine too. After the upheaval, I already planned to explore that place. Chapter 1573. Chapter 1573. War God Temple's remnants in front of the heavenly Tao. Even someone as strong as Ning Qi was just an ant that couldn't resist, let alone the sacred concubine and the others. So, Ning Qi quickly made his decision. He didn't know how long it would be before he returned, so he specially refined some pills and distributed them to Chen Peng and the others. Even Yu Qingfeng and the others received some. He didn't know what other changes would happen to Earth. Ning Qi once thought about whether he should bring them along, but now that he knew the heavenly Tao formation had a repelling characteristic, he gave up on the idea. Giant Stone Formation. This famous tourist destination, after the world recovered, no one could enter anymore because it was covered in a layer of fog that even missiles couldn't blast open. But in front of Ning Qi, the fog couldn't stop him. The sacred concubine and the others were taken into the fortune domain. As long as Ning Qi's power of creation was endless, they could live in the fortune domain. But when Ning Qi's power of creation was exhausted, they would be automatically sent out. Ning Qi didn't know the destination of the giant stone formation, so he let the sacred concubine and the others stay in the fortune domain for safety reasons. Step by step, Ning Qi walked to the front of the huge stone array. With a wave of his hand, the fog in front of him immediately dissipated. The current huge stone array no longer looked like a lifeless stone. After absorbing the immortal qi, dense patterns appeared on its surface. These patterns were somewhat similar to the immortal ceiling array in Kunlun Mountain. It was very likely that it was an ancient array from the same era. Ning Qi walked into the center of the gigantic stone array, holding onto the immortal monarch token in his hand. At this time, the stones around Ning Qi suddenly shot out a few rays of white light, intertwining with each other, instantly condensing into an array formation. Seeing that, Ning Qi injected a strand of immortal spirit energy into the immortal monarch token, causing it to immediately shine brightly. Next, waves of immortal qi involuntarily flowed from Ning Qi's body into the immortal Lord medallion, and the medallion in turn poured the immortal qi into the giant stone formation. Ning Qi was slightly startled. At this moment, he actually couldn't control his body. He could only stand there stiffly, allowing the immortal Lord medallion to absorb the immortal qi in his body. In next to no time, the extremely dense immortal energy within Ning Qi's body had already been reduced by 90%, and if he were to continue absorbing it like this, then Ning Qi would definitely become dry. My celestial spiritual energy is so dense, yet it has been absorbed by 90%. The amount of energy required by this huge stone formation is just too terrifying. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been sucked dry in an instant. Gradually, the speed at which the immortal Lord token absorbed the immortal qi slowed down. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. He had reached his limit. His body was empty. Before he could take a closer look at his body, his figure disappeared from the center of the giant stone matrix. After a moment of dizziness, Ning Qi hit the ground hard. System, I want to enter the top-grade cultivation training ground. Ning Qi couldn't be bothered to observe his surroundings. Right now, his body was completely empty. The most pressing matter at hand was to recover his immortal spiritual energy. After more than a year of meditation, the immortal spiritual energy that he had lost this time was gradually replenished. After Ningqi left the peak-grade cultivation ground, he started to observe his surroundings. There are no traces of a teleportation array here. I appeared out of thin air. This means that the giant stone matrix is a one-way teleportation array. If I want to return to Earth in the future, I will have to put in more effort. After Ningqi realized this, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. If it was a two-way teleportation array, he could use it to return to Earth in the future. Gathering his thoughts, Ningqi gradually spread out his spiritual force. He realized that he was in a mountain range. There were many high-level demonic beasts in the mountain range. However, Ningqi didn't see any cultivators. It was as though he was the only one in the mountain range. With a slight thought, Ningqi randomly chose a direction and flew into the sky. He didn't execute 90,000 miles in a flash because he wanted to find a cultivator to ask where this place was. After flying for less than a few thousand miles, Ningqi saw a group of cultivators. This group of cultivators was at the perfected transcendence realm. From the looks of it, they seemed to be chasing the female cultivator who was approaching Ningqi. The female cultivator was also at the perfected transcendence realm. She was covered in injuries and looked very wretched. Remnant of the War God Temple, don't run anymore. This time we, the 5 freaks of Sky Mountain, have encountered you. There is no reason for you to escape. Tui, what kind of man are you to bully with numbers? When the female cultivator heard this, she scolded without turning her head. Remnant of the War God Temple? Ningqi frowned slightly. He felt that this female cultivator's appearance was slightly familiar. A strand of immortal energy swept out, and the female cultivator was pulled to the front of Ningqi. Friend in front, this remnant of the War God Temple was discovered by us, the 5 freaks of Sky Mountain. Do you want to rob her? Why don't we bring her to Dao Development Immortal City to see the immortal King Heng He and receive the reward? The 6 of us will share it equally. When the 5 cultivators that were pursuing the female cultivator saw this, they stopped in front of Ningqi. They couldn't see through Ningqi's cultivation, and a trace of fear flashed in their hearts. If it was any other time, they would have turned around and left long ago. But this time, their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If they were able to capture this remnant of the Transcendence Realm and bring it to Dao Development Immortal City, then it would be sufficient for them to obtain cultivation resources for the next 10 years and use it to break through the bottleneck. You, your uncle Ning? The female cultivator originally thought that she couldn't escape this calamity, but when she saw Ningqi's appearance, she instantly revealed an excited expression. Your Dongfang Lingxian? Ningqi finally remembered who this female cultivator before him was. Dongfang Haojie and Dongfang Yuluo had 3 daughters, Dongfang Lingxian, Dongfang Pei'er and Dongfang Lixin respectively. This Dongfang Lingxian before him was the eldest daughter, but she looked to be in her 30s or 40s, so Ningqi didn't recognize her immediately. Then, Ningqi was already sure that he had returned to the central continent. The gigantic stone formation was really related to this place. So brother knows this remnant of the War God Temple. You wouldn't be a remnant of the War God Temple as well, right? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the 5 freaks of Sky Mountain, and they instinctively pulled a distance away from Ningqi. Remnant of the War God Temple? Lingxian, what do they mean by remnant of the War God Temple? Ningqi frowned slightly. The 5 freaks of Sky Mountain looked at each other before suddenly turning around and fleeing. Since it was very likely that this person was a remnant of the War God Temple and they couldn't see through his cultivation, leaving this place first was the best choice. Did I allow you to leave? Chapter 1574. Chapter 1574. Ruins, Uncle Ning. After you left for more than 1,000 years, a cultivator suddenly came to us one day, saying that he wanted to capture us and bring us to Dao Yan's celestial city to exchange for a reward from the eternal river celestial king. That cultivator's cultivation was very terrifying, probably already at the creation realm. Father and the other elders were far from his match. At the critical moment, Father activated the sex formation, the primordial war god / and bought some time, allowing the remaining disciples to escape in a hurry. In the following thousands of years, the disciples of our war god Hall either died or were crippled. The majority of them were captured and brought before the eternal river immortal king to exchange for the bounty. Only a small number of them have been hiding here and there. However, those who are still alive are basically the elites of our war god Hall. But after Father's investigation, the earliest cultivator who appeared was an elder of the Floating Mist sect of the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. After listening to Dongfang Lingxuan's narration, Ning Qi's expression became even uglier. First, he guessed correctly. The time between the central mainland and Earth was 1 day in heaven and 1 year on Earth. He had been on Earth for more than 10 years, but nearly 4,000 years had passed in the central mainland. Before he left, he thought that the War God Temple was hidden well, and it was the truth. The people of Eternal River Celestial King took more than 1,000 years to find the War God Temple, and the only miscalculation was the time difference. As for the elder of the Floating Mist sect, if Ning Qi remembered correctly, the Burning Sun Supremacy was a cultivator of the Floating Mist sect. Ning Qi could destroy the entire Floating Mist sect, let alone an elder. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. "How's your father?" Ning Qi asked. "He's fine, but he has broken through to the half-step creation realm, but he can't enter the void realm, so his cultivation can't break through." Dongfang Lingxian nodded. "Half-step creation realm," Ning Qi nodded lightly. "Uncle Ning, have you already reached the creation realm?" Dongfang Lingxian asked curiously. "Sort of." Ning Qi smiled. "That's great." Dongfang Lingxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Currently, the War God Temple lacked a master of creation. With a master of creation around, those small fries wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Even the 5 monsters of Sky Mountain would dare to attack the disciples of the War God Temple. When the 5 freaks of Heavenly Mountain heard this, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. They looked at Ning Qi in horror. His surname was Ning, and he had already broken through to the creation realm. Could he be the person in charge of the Alchemist Alliance's Jiangnan City in the Black Knight Immortal Dynasty? The Ning Beixian who once went deep into the Dao Expansion Immortal City and killed the new disciple of the Eternal River Immortal King, Lai Kong, in the Flying Immortal Market? What do you plan to do with these 5 people? Ning Qi looked at Dongfang Lingxian. "Of course I killed him." Dongfang Lingxuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her demeanor was somewhat similar to Li Macho's. As soon as she finished speaking, the 5 Transcendence Realm cultivators were instantly minced into minced meat. "Uncle Ning, let's go." Dongfang Lingxian looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi asked, "Where is this place?" "This is the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. Father said that the most dangerous place is the safest place, so we came all the way from Dongxian to this place. However, the teleportation formation here is too expensive. Father originally planned to go to the Dao Expansion Immortal City, but if he couldn't use the teleportation formation, he wouldn't be able to reach there even if he flew to his death. Father then asked everyone to disperse and cultivate here secretly, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge in the future." Dongfang Lingxian said. "Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty? Just nice. Which direction is Dan City?" Ning Qi nodded and said. Dongfang Lingxian was slightly startled and pointed in a direction. Ning Qi nodded. "Keep the matter of my return a secret for the time being. After I take the head of the Eternal River Immortal King, I will follow you to see Brother Dongfang." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi gave Dongfang Lingxian a jade slip used for communication. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, He was already in the territory of an city. At this moment, his appearance had changed to that of a middle-aged man. Even those who were familiar with him wouldn't be able to recognize him from his appearance. When he passed by the Alchemist Alliance, Ning-Chi scanned it with his divine sense. The few auras inside were very unfamiliar. Elder Ghost, Bai Ching, and the others were no longer here. Ning-Chi wasn't afraid that they would be blamed by the Eternal River Immortal King. Although the Eternal River Immortal King was a sixth tribulation creator and held an office in Dao Expansion Immortal City, he didn't have the guts to touch the management of the Alchemist Alliance. The only possibility was that Elder Ghost and the others were transferred to a remote place by the Azure Sea Alchemy Saint. When Ning-Chi walked into the teleportation formation, he only revealed a little bit of the power of creation. The cultivators guarding the teleportation formation immediately bowed respectfully. Creators, no matter where they were, would always receive the respect they deserve. Returning to the Azure Dragon continent through the hidden immortal platform, Ning-Chi could travel 90,000 miles in an instant. With the current density of his immortal chi, he could use it up to 100 times in a row. It didn't take long for Ning-Chi to arrive at the Greedy Wolf sect again. After thousands of years of cultivation, no one could tell that the Greedy Wolf sect was almost destroyed. Now, the size of the mountain gate was even bigger than before. No one noticed Ning-Chi's arrival at the Greedy Wolf sect and his return to Dongxian through the Greedy Wolf sect's spatial passageway. However, when he used his divine will to scan, he found that Ing Qingning had broken through the Eternal Life realm and reached the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. Such a cultivation speed was extremely fast for ordinary cultivators. The Qin Tang Empire. Perhaps it was no longer an empire. Ning-Chi could only see ruins. The once prosperous Qin Tang Empire was now only left with ruins. Dongfang Lingxian once said that because of Qin Zheng's aptitude, his cultivation could never break through to the Grandmaster realm. In the end, he died of old age before the War God Temple suffered a great calamity. At that time, the cultivator from the Floating Mist sect did not kill the higher-ups of the War God Temple. In his rage, he directly killed and refined tens of billions of living beings in the Qin Tang Empire. Ning-Chi came here to see this scene with his own eyes. Remnants of the War God Temple. Ah, we have waited here for so many years, and it was not a waste of time. A wild laughter rang out. Among the ruins, a few figures suddenly broke through the sky. Different from the few who chased after Dongfang Lingxian, these people were all first trial masters of creation. Ning-Chi looked at them indifferently. From the very beginning, he had already discovered their traces. As if sensing Ning-Chi's indifferent attitude, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the few people who were originally ecstatic. However, on second thought, there was no existence of a creator in the War God Temple, so they relaxed a lot. One of them smiled at Ning-Chi. You! Chapter 1575. Chapter 1575. Creation Points, SS Senior. The few first tribulation creators looked at Ning-Chi in fear. From the creation domain, they could tell that Ning-Chi's cultivation level was many times higher than theirs. The first tribulation creator who spoke first was filled with regret. He looked at Ning-Chi and finally said, "Senior, it must be a misunderstanding. Since your cultivation level is so high, you must be here to wipe out the remaining members of the War God Temple, right?" "I am the remaining member of the War God Temple, the Lord of the War God Temple, Ning Beixian." Ning-Chi looked at the cultivator and said calmly, "What?" The few of them were shocked. The cultivator who spoke wanted to slap himself. "Senior, please spare us." The few of them reacted quickly and knelt down to beg for mercy. As for their dignity as a creator, they had already thrown it to the back of their mind. Facing such a terrifying existence in the creation field, they were no different from ants. "Isn't it too late to beg for mercy now?" Ning-Chi sneered. With a move of his mind, several people suddenly exploded on the spot. They could not be more dead. At this time, the sound of the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing 5 First Tribulation creators and obtaining 5 creation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80 Dragon Slayers crystals. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 73 Dragon Slayers crystals. Ding. Ningqi obtained more than 300 Dragon Slayers crystals from the few of them. However, what Ningqi cared about were the creation points. Ningqi immersed his consciousness into the system and checked the status panel. Host. Ningqi level. First Tribulation Creator creation points. 5 of 100 cultivation technique. 7th level of the Imprisonment Elephant Dragon Art Health points. 1 Yuan Dragon Slayers crystals. 82350. Not only did the status panel have a new option for creation points, but the health points also became 1 yuan. When Ningqi broke through to the 7th level of the Imprisonment Elephant Dragon Art, his health points were over 10 billion, but the status panel didn't change at that time. Clearly, 10 billion health points was a threshold. When my creation points reach 100, I should be able to advance to a second tribulation creator. At that time, I will have the lightning tribulation to cultivate the Imprisonment Elephant Dragon Art. It was a virtuous cycle. In the next few days, Ningqi traveled a long distance and spread his divine sense in all directions, but he didn't find any aura of the disciples of the War God Temple. From the fact that there were only 5 First Tribulation creators in the Qin Tang Empire lying in ambush, he knew that there were fewer and fewer cultivators chasing after the disciples of the War God Temple because thousands of years had passed. Azure Dragon Continent. Mystic True Immortal Realm. Wang Family Ancestral City. Today, 3 esteemed guests had come to the Wang family's ancestral city. The current family head, Wang Yan, had personally come out to greet them. The cultivators who saw this were secretly shocked. Now, ever since the great Saint Xianzhen disappeared without a trace, Wang Yan's cultivation had already faintly surpassed the great Saint Xianzhen back then, and he was elected as the new family head. Those 3 people were able to make Wang Yan go out to welcome them, which meant that they were most likely in the creation realm. The Wang family is in trouble again. Those 3 are probably here to find out where Ning Beixian is. Speaking of which, Ning Beixuan's surname is Ning. If you think about it carefully, he is not a member of the Wang family at all. Why do they have to come here to seek help? That's right. Every time, the Wang family has to pay a huge price to send those people away. Over time, the 12 paradises in the mystic true celestial realm have basically surrendered to the other celestial realms. Now, the Wang family's edict can only be used in the Wang family's ancestral city and some of the big cities around it. As a result, the cultivators here have much less cultivation resources than before. Speaking of which, Ning Beixian has been missing for almost 4,000 years, right? I guess he has already died in a foreign land. Now, they are here purely to seek help. Ningqi heard these people's words and looked in the direction of the Wang family. Wang Yan has become the family head. Did great Saint Xianzhen and Auntie Jian not come out of the void domain? Or was it immortal King Heng he thinking of this? Ningqi frowned slightly. Even if immortal King Heng he wanted to kill them, it was unlikely that he could. After all, the 2 of them had entered immortal King Pudu's void domain. If they could really come out of the void domain alive, immortal King Pudu would definitely not let anyone embarrass him like this. Wang family. Apart from Wang Yan, all the current peak-holding elders appeared in the guest hall. At this moment, there was a red-faced cultivator sitting on the main seat. There were 2 middle-aged cultivators sitting on each side. As the master of this place, Wang Yan brought all the peak-holding elders and stood in front of the 3 cultivators with respectful expressions. May I know why the 3 seniors of the Floating Mist sect are here? Wang Yan cupped his hands and asked. The red-faced cultivator glanced at him indifferently. What else could it be? Have you found Ning Beishuan's whereabouts? The elders of the Wang family had ugly expressions on their faces. Wang Yan said in a low voice, I have sent all the disciples of the Wang family to search for Ning Beishuan's whereabouts, but there is still no news. Please forgive me, seniors, and give us some time. Give us some time? Haha. Before the red-faced cultivator could speak, the middle-aged cultivator on the right sneered. Your Wang family has not been annihilated because Ning Beixian is still the leader of the Alchemist Union. We have given you chances again and again, but you still can't find Ning Beishuan's whereabouts? According to the rules, your tribute this time will be 50% more than the previous time. A faint smile appeared on Wang Yan's face. The tribute has already been prepared. Master! The peak-holding elders quickly looked at Wang Yan. The Wang family's resources were almost depleted. If they were to give such a generous tribute this time, they would not even have enough cultivation resources. Do you have any objections? The red-faced cultivator's gaze fell on Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong's expression was somewhat unsightly. Before he could speak, Wang Yan hurriedly said with a fawning smile, Senior, please don't blame me. Please take a look at the tribute first. After speaking, Wang Yan stepped forward and respectfully passed a spatial ring to the red-faced cultivator. The red-faced cultivator scanned it with his spiritual sense. It was filled with pills, immortal herbs, and some smithing materials. This amount was equivalent to a month's harvest of the Floating Mist sect in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. He only needed to split these items evenly between the three of them. Naturally, he was very satisfied with this amount. That's right. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you another 200 years. The red-faced cultivator smiled. Wang Yan's expression froze. Didn't we give you another 500 years previously? That was the previous time. Do you have any objections? The red-faced cultivator snorted coldly. A faint power of creation was emitted from his body. The expressions of everyone in the hall instantly turned solemn. When Wang Yan saw this, he hurriedly said that he didn't dare. The three of them sneered and left. When one of them passed by Wang Zhong, he waved his hand lightly and Wang Zhong was sent flying like a cannonball. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576. Hang up, looks like your Wang clan is really going to rebel? When the red-faced cultivator and his two companions saw the figures blocking their path, they couldn't help but sneer coldly. Which branch are you from? Hurry up and back off. A trace of anger flashed in Wang Yan's eyes, and he immediately appeared beside that figure. However, when he saw that figure's appearance, he immediately swallowed the words he was about to say, and looked at that figure in bewilderment. You are. Wang Yan's lips moved slightly. After confirming Dongfang Lingxuan's words, Ning Qi no longer hid his whereabouts and removed his disguise. Although almost 4,000 years had passed in this place, Ning Qi's appearance hadn't changed much. Ning Qi glanced at Wang Yan indifferently. In more than 3,000 years, Wang Yan had grown from nothing to something. His current cultivation was even deeper than the great sage Xianzhen back then. It seemed that Wang Yan had profited from his misfortune by using the god's grace to turn him back into a child. Otherwise, with his original talent, let alone 4,000 years, even if he had 8,000 years, he would at most be equal to the great sage Xianzhen. Ning Qi ignored Wang Yan. His gaze fell upon the red-faced cultivator and the other two. He said calmly, You are cultivators from the Floating Mist sect? You are Ning Beixian? The red-faced cultivator narrowed his eyes. He finally recognized Ning Qi. Isn't this Ning Beixian? Is Ning Beixian back? The various peak elders of the Wang clan were shocked, but after the shock there was a trace of worry. If Ning Qi didn't appear, it would be fine. At most, the Wang clan would lose some money. However, Ning Qi's appearance today might bring disaster to the Wang clan. They suspected that the disappearance of the great sage Xuanzhen had something to do with Ning Qi. Huh? He is Ning Beixian? It's really effortless to get it. The 2-1 tribulation creators beside the red-faced cultivator were overjoyed, but the second tribulation creator, the red-faced cultivator, wasn't as excited as them. Instead, he looked serious. The floating mist sect had come to the Wang family many times in the past thousands of years. The red-faced cultivator was the strongest person in the floating mist sect other than the sect master. However, he never planned to find Ning Beixian at this place. He was only interested in the Wang family's cultivation resources. He wanted to boil the frog in warm water and squeeze out all the resources of the Wang family. After all, Ning Beixian had killed Lai Kong, who had just broken through to become a first tribulation creator, at the flying celestial market. Not even Huang He Celestial King could catch him, let alone a second tribulation creator. Just as the red-faced cultivator was about to speak, the 2 first tribulation creators beside him had already reached out to grab Ning Qi. Seeing this, the red-faced cultivator silently took a step back, preparing to see Ning Qi's strength. Not good. The people of the Wang family had a bad feeling. If the creators were to attack here, the Wang family would probably be destroyed. A trace of disdain flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. The immortal spiritual qi in his body surged out. Before the red-faced cultivator could react, he was knocked unconscious by Ning Qi. Dong dong. The 2 first tribulation creators fell beside Ning Qi's feet. Wang Yan and the others saw this scene and felt both relieved and terrified. They felt relieved because every time they came to the Wang family, they were extremely arrogant and threatened to destroy the entire Wang family. They were terrified because they knew that these 3 were cultivators from the floating mist sect of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. The red-faced cultivator was even the Grand Elder of the floating mist sect. His cultivation level was even higher than Venerable Lai Yang's. If the floating mist sect wanted to punish them, the Wang family would be annihilated in an instant. The red-faced cultivator saw this scene, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. From the moment Ning Qi attacked until the moment he stopped, he didn't see through Ning Qi's strength. He didn't sense any aura of the power of creation. Ning Beixian, you still don't know that you are in trouble? The red-faced cultivator said coldly. I don't know if I'm in trouble or not. I only know that the 3 of you can't leave this place today. Ning Qi said indifferently. What? You plan to leave the 3 of us here? Do you know who the 3 of us are? The red-faced cultivator was slightly shocked. What identity? You're just a mere floating mist sect. I even have to take the head of that old fart, Huang He Immortal King. Who does your floating mist sect think you are? Ning Qi sneered. Impossible. You're talking big. Who do you think Huang He Immortal King is? You can't even compare to a strand of his hair. Although you're the leader of the Alchemist Union, you're a sinner. The Alchemist Union won't go against Huang He Immortal King for you. The news of you showing yourself today will definitely reach Huang He Immortal King's ears. You're dead for sure. The red-faced cultivator looked at Ning Qi in shock. You don't have to care about these things. Ning Qi sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed. The red-faced cultivator had secretly activated his creation domain and enveloped Ning Qi. Ha ha. Ning Beixian, so what if you're strong? Once you're in my creation domain, unless you're a triple tribulation creator, I can exhaust you to death. The red-faced cultivator's voice echoed in the air. In the creation domain, he was God. Ning Qi scanned the surroundings with his divine will and suddenly threw a punch. The scenery around them collapsed and the 2 of them reappeared at the entrance of the guest hall. The only difference was that the red-faced cultivator was on the ground, exhaling more than he inhaled. Wang Yan and the rest stared at this scene with their mouths agape. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Ning Qi reached out and grabbed Wang Zhong, who was lying in the corner of the guest hall, and flew over. Wang Zhong's injuries were serious, and all the bones and meridians in his body were shattered. With a thought, the power of creation instantly surged into Wang Yan's body. Under the laws of the heavenly Tao, not only could the power of creation create things, but it also had a great healing effect on injuries. Ning Qi's power of creation, which was dozens of times denser than an ordinary first tribulation creator, instantly healed Wang Yan's injuries by 70% to 80%. Thank you, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. Wang Zhong knelt on the ground with a face full of joy. Go find the 3 pillars and hang them up. Also, spread the news that I'm back. I heard that you've lost control of the mystic true celestial realm? Ask the other 6 lords of the mystic true celestial realm to come and see me, Ning Qi said calmly. Ning Qi said indifferently. After speaking, he turned around and left, not even bothering to pay attention to Wang Yan and the others. A moment of silence. I'm afraid the Piao Miao sect is not to be trifled with. Why don't we let these 3 go? Wang Yan said. Wang Zhong looked at Wang Yan. Master, did you hear what Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian said? Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian said to hang them up. If you want to let them go, why don't you ask Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian first? Chapter 1577. Chapter 1577. Guardian Beast. Under the scorching sun, many disciples of the Wang clan came to the entrance of the ancestral shrine. They looked at the floating mist sect cultivators hanging on the 3 pillars and pointed at them. As for the true identity of the 3 people, they gradually found out from some of the deacon elders and even the peak elders. Thousands of years had passed. The younger disciples of the Wang clan didn't live through Ning Qi's era. They received much less cultivation resources from the moment they were born. They didn't know the reason, but they vaguely knew that some cultivators often came to the Wang clan to steal the autumn equinox. Every time, the Wang clan would suffer a great loss. Today, when they saw the 3 of them being hung here under the scorching sun, they felt a great sense of relief. At this moment, the 3 cultivators were sweating profusely and their lips were dry. They didn't look like creators at all. They looked more like ordinary people. Clan leader, I didn't think that the 3 cultivators were crippled by the mystic North ancestor. Doesn't this mean that we've completely offended the Piao Miao sect? Not far away, a new peak elder couldn't help but ask. Clan leader, I heard that the Piao Miao sect is one of the top sects in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. That's right. I heard that the Floating Mist sect is a first-rate sect in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. Their sect leader has a very good relationship with the true immortal of the Deer Gate. If they knew about this, I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before they send their army to our Wang clan's ancestral city, right? Another newly promoted peak-holding elder said. These elders were all prodigies of the Wang clan when Wang Yan first started cultivating. The more senior ones, such as Wang Zhong and Wang Tong, didn't have a good relationship with Wang Yan. Wang Yan remained silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed. I'm afraid this isn't something we can control. Ning Beishuan's current cultivation is unfathomable. His talent was already extremely terrifying in the past. Now that he has disappeared for almost 4,000 years, how much has his cultivation improved during these years? Or do you guys think that your cultivation is stronger than the 3 of them? If that's the case, you can try to persuade Ning Beishian to think about the bigger picture. Otherwise, we can only wait and see. After a pause, he continued, Wang Zhong has already spread the news according to his order. I'm afraid that the other 6 lords of the mystic true immortal realm will arrive soon. At that time, our Wang clan might be able to regain control of the mystic true immortal realm. Hearing Wang Yan's words, everyone fell silent. There were 7 great immortal realms in the Azure Dragon continent. Among them, the Proud Dragon Immortal Realm, the Pure Yang Immortal Realm, and the Lower Hegemony Immortal Realm were all killed by Ning Qi. After thousands of years of turmoil, the Pure Yang Immortal Realm was finally recovered by the Glass Dragon Great Sage and became the Glass Dragon Immortal Realm. The proud dragon immortal realm and the lower hegemony immortal realm were also occupied by experts who came out of the forbidden ancient lands like the glass dragon great sage and became the yellow dragon immortal realm and the barbarian bull immortal realm respectively. In addition, the masters of the Middle Earth immortal realm, the green darkness immortal realm, the Kuan Pung immortal realm, and the 6 great immortal realms received the news almost at the same time. Killing God Ning Beixian is back? You want us to go see him? The 6 great saints, who were in different places, had different expressions on their faces. As for the ordinary cultivators, because of the red-faced cultivator and the other 2, and because the disciples of the Wang clan were not required to leak the secret, after enduring thousands of years of exploitation, they explained the origins of the 3 people to everyone they met. After knowing that the 3 masters of creation from the Piao Miao sect were crippled of their cultivation, the killing god Ning Beixian was back, the mystic true immortal realm, the 12 grotto heavens, and the forces under them exploded. Some of the lords of the grotto heavens, sacred grounds, and sects laughed at the sky, but most of them were panicking like ants on an iron plate. It was just a piece of news, but it had affected the entire Azure Dragon continent in less than 10 days. It even affected the prices of various cultivation resources. 1 month later, in the main courtyard of the Wang family, countless gazes of respect, fear, and worship fell on Ningqi. Wang Zhong followed beside Ningqi on the road to the Wang family's ancestral shrine. Some of the older generation peak elders followed behind them. From start to finish, Wang Yan and the peak elders who supported him didn't show up. They just watched from afar. Ning Beixian, you're dead. A month has passed. Not only will the Piao Miao sect receive the news, even the Hung He deity king might know that you've appeared in the Azure Dragon continent. I'm afraid he's going to come and suppress you, the red-faced cultivator said with difficulty after sensing Ning Qi's arrival. Ning Qi ignored him and looked at Wang Hai. Old man, Shuer died in the hands of Lai Kong. Although I've killed both father and son, only Lord Lai Yang died. Lai Kong is still alive, Ning Qi said. Wang Hai was slightly startled. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Could the rumor be false? Ning Qi didn't kill Lai Kong at the Flying Celestial Market? Even the red-faced cultivator and the other 2 looked at Ning Qi in surprise. But Lai Kong is in my hands now. Old man, you can do whatever you want with him. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Hai's face was filled with joy. Beixian, is that true? Of course it's true. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. After more than 10 years of experiments, Lai Kong had already become a new species under Nuwa's manipulation. Ning Qi's body moved slightly. When he reappeared, there was a dog beside him. When everyone looked at the dog, they were shocked. It wasn't a real dog, but a monster with a human head and a dog's body. The appearance of the head was exactly the same as the Lai Kong that everyone had seen before. Lai Kong was originally a cultivator of the Piao Miao sect. Therefore, when the red-faced cultivator and the other 2 saw his appearance and voice, they immediately recognized him. Their faces turned pale. How did Lai Kong turn into a dog? Ning Beixian, I curse you! I curse you to never be reincarnated! The moment Lai Kong appeared, he scolded Ning Qi. However, his body didn't move at all. Faint lines could be seen on his skin. Everyone guessed that this should be something similar to the contract between demonic beasts. Beixian, this is Lai Kong? Wang Hai stared dumbstruck at this scene. It was very difficult for him to imagine that the half-step creation realm Lai Kong, who had once torn open the void and killed Wang Shui in front of everyone in the Wang clan, would actually become like this. Yes, he is now an ordinary dog. His cultivation should be at the Doudan realm. Old man, if you want to kill him, you can do it now. Ning Qi smiled. Ah, why should I kill him? The Wang family still lacks a gatekeeper. I think he's just the right person. Wang Hai laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with endless joy. Just you wait. Just you wait. Lai Kong couldn't stop cursing. I plan to do the same with the 3 cultivators of the Piao Miao sect. When the time comes, 4 gatekeeper beasts will guard the Wang family's gate. It should be able to deter many thieves. Chapter 1578. Cut off one's own arm, what? Turning us into the same state? The red-faced cultivator and the other 2 finally fell into a state of panic. They weren't afraid of death, but Cheng Liekong's appearance that was worse than a pig and a dog really made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Not only them, even the people of the Wang clan who saw Lai Kong's appearance felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Some of the geniuses of the younger generation of the Wang clan, who had only heard rumors about Ning Qi but had never seen him in person, looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Isn't this the legendary killing god Ning Beixian, who terrorized the entire Azure Dragon continent thousands of years ago? He's the one who defeated the proud dragon Great Sage in the Proud Dragon Wonderland? Ancestral patriarch Beixian is too cruel. A peak elder behind Wang Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. He's definitely going against the Floating Mist sect. I don't think it's appropriate for the Mystic North sect to do this. The crowd didn't know Ning Qi's true battle prowess, and they didn't know the Piao Miao sect's true strength. But they knew that the word Creator had been bestowed with some kind of mysterious power ever since they started cultivating. Even though Ning Qi could defeat 3 Creator, how strong was the Piao Miao sect that could nurture a Creator? Ning Beixian, don't cross the line. We are masters of creation after all. Are you not going to leave us with any dignity? Always leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. The red-faced cultivator roared in a low voice, but even the disciples of the Wang family who had not reached the transcendence realm could sense the terror in his roar. Who wants to see you in the future? After your Floating Mist sect receives the news, they should send people to save you, right? As far as I know, the Floating Mist sect's sect master is only a second tribulation creator. If he knows that all of you have been captured by me, I'm sure he'll come personally. At that time, your entire sect will be the gatekeepers of the Wang clan. Ning Qi said lightly. You! When the red-faced cultivator heard this, an endless amount of fear rose in his heart. His face twisted incomparably. Before, he was hoping that the Floating Mist sect would come and save him. But now, he was hoping that the Floating Mist sect would not come. Otherwise, with the opponent's terrifying strength, his words might come true. Thinking about how the entire Floating Mist sect had turned into dogs like Lai Kong, the red-faced cultivator's heart began to beat wildly. Oh, a guest has arrived. I will deal with the 3 of you later. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Zhong was startled. 30 breaths later, a disciple came to report that the masters of the 6 immortal realms had come to see ancestral patriarch Beixian. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked. The 6 great sages were all in the great circle of the Dharma plane. They were extremely fast, but the Black North Patriarch was able to sense their arrival 30 breaths ahead. How terrifying was his divine will! 30 breaths ago, the 6 great sages were probably hundreds of thousands of miles away, right? Very quickly, 6 cultivators with different figures, but they all emitted the aura of the perfected transcendence realm. Under the lead of a peak elder of the Wang family, they arrived before the ancestral shrine. Their gazes first swept past Lai Kong, then swept past the 3 red-faced cultivators on the pillar, and finally landed on Ning Qi. Among these 6 people, the great sage of the central region, the great sage of Green Hell, the great sage of Kuanping, the great sage of Glass Dragon, and Ning Qi had more or less contact with them. However, Ning Qi had no impression of the other 2, the great sage of Yellow Dragon and the great sage of Barbaric Bull. Although they came out of the forbidden area of the remote antiquity like the great sage of Glass Dragon, their cultivation was obviously weaker than that of the great sage of Glass Dragon. Greetings, Black North Patriarch. None of the 6 great sages dared to show off their seniority in front of Ning Qi, especially after they confirmed the identity of the three. Even the Creator was hung up high under the scorching sun. What were they, who were in the Dharma plane perfected realm? There was a flash of curiosity in the glass dragon great sage's eyes. Rise. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, I heard that the arcane true celestial realm has now been divided by you? The 6 great sages trembled slightly. The other 5 great sages all looked at the Middle Land great sage, because he was on good terms with the Xuanzhen great sage. The 2 celestial realms were allies. Black North Patriarch, there is indeed a misunderstanding. The Middle Land great sage hesitated for a moment and said slowly. There is no need to explain. Which hand took it back then? Leave that hand behind and you can leave. Ning Qi smiled. What? The Black North Patriarch wants the 6 great sages to leave an arm behind? After the shock, the Wang family members were overjoyed. They had been suffering for thousands of years and today, they could finally take revenge. When the creators came to the Wang family, the 6 great sages put their hands into the arcane true celestial realm and divided the cultivation resources. This was completely adding insult to injury. The Wang family had been in a difficult situation for the past few hundred years, and it had a lot to do with the actions of the 6 great sages. Black North Patriarch, the Middle Land great sage, was startled. Ning Qi said to leave an arm behind. It couldn't be that simple. He must be cutting off the vitality of the arm, and it couldn't be regrown in the future. This was a great loss to their combat power, so the Middle Land great sage wanted to explain. Or I can do it myself and hang them here with the 3 creators from the Piao Miao sect. Right, this guard beast is called Lai Kong. You should know him, right? He is the son of the Piao Miao sect's elder Lai Yang. It's my fault that I acted too quickly and didn't kill his father. Otherwise, it would be a great honor for both father and son to be the guard beasts of the Wang family. Ning Qi smiled and patted Lai Kong's head. Lai Kong could only curse, but he couldn't move his body. Poof! Qingming Great Sage cut off his arm first. Everyone realized that his wound was pitch black and there was no vitality left. He wouldn't be able to regrow a new arm in the future unless his body was rebuilt. Then, Kuan-Pring Great Sage also cut off his arm. The wound was also pitch black. Seeing this, the Middle Land Great Sage sighed in his heart. If he didn't do as Ning Qi said today, he would probably end up even more miserable. When he also cut off an arm, only the 3 of them didn't move. The Glass Dragon Great Sage smiled at Ning Qi, and before he could say anything, his arms were already cut off. Back then, I was the one who released you from the barren ancient Forbidden Land. Although I don't like most people in the Wang family, it is my mother's family after all. Not only do you not know how to repay my kindness, but you also hit me when I'm down. Today I'll cut off your arms. Do you accept that? Ning Qi looked coldly at the Glass Dragon Great Sage. What? Back then, so many ancient experts came out of the barren ancient Forbidden Land, and it was Black North Ancestral Patriarch who released them. Chapter 1579. Chapter 1579. Chapter 1579. Guarding the Wang family, the Glass Dragon Sage stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. He felt a tinge of regret. If he had done it earlier, he might have been able to save an arm. But now, he had to admit defeat. I am convinced. The Glass Dragon Sage lowered his head and said, And the 2 of you, do you want me to do it myself? Ning Qi looked at the Yellow Dragon Sage and the Barbaric Bull Sage coldly. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, the 2 of us can return double the cultivation resources we have obtained in the mystic true celestial realm for the past 1,000 years. Can you spare our arm? The Yellow Dragon Sage asked tentatively. The Barbaric Bull Sage's face turned pale. He seemed to have lost his temper, but he didn't explode because of the miserable state the 3 cultivators were in. I have said it so simply and clearly. Don't you understand? Ning Qi looked at the 2 indifferently. Cut off an arm. Get out of the mystic true celestial realm. A disciple of the Wang family felt his blood rush to his head, and in a moment of hot-headedness, he roared. The people around him were stunned at first, but then they roared in unison. Cut off an arm! Get out of the mystic true celestial realm! Cut off an arm! Get out of the mystic true celestial realm! The voices were like a tide and the blood was like a wave. The shouts spread across the entire ancestral city of the Wang family. Every cultivator stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the Wang family. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What happened to the Wang family? Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbarian Bull Saint's faces darkened. Suddenly, Barbarian Bull Saint roared. When the disciples of the Wang family quieted down, he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of anger in his eyes. Ancestral Patriarch North Mystic, I owe you a favor that day and walked out of the forbidden ancient land, but I also have some juniors who are not to be underestimated in the central mainland. Among them are 3 calamities creator and perfected immortals. Are you not going to give me face? I'm from the Yellow Dragon race and I possess the bloodline of the ancient dragon race. Right now, we have an old ancestor who's at the immortal king level in the central continent. He's tens of thousands of times stronger than the floating mist sect. Old ancestor Bei Xian, there's a saying in your human race, show mercy wherever possible. Since we're willing to pay you a visit, we've already shown our sincerity. If old ancestor Bei Xian doesn't treat us with sincerity, the 2 of us will turn around and leave. Yellow Dragon Great Sage sneered. True immortal? Immortal king? Wang Yan's expression changed drastically. He could no longer remain calm. The other senior members of the Wang family also shuddered. Only the disciples of the Wang family did not understand what the 2 of them meant. Wang Yan moved and landed in front of Ning Qi. He said in a low voice, Old ancestor Bei Xian, I can see that Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbaric Bull Great Sage are quite sincere. Why don't we just forget about this? Wang Yan's real seniority was 2 generations higher than Ning Qi. After all, he used to be in the same generation as Xuanzhen Great Sage. It was just that he lost all his memories and it was like he was reborn. It was normal for him to address Ning Qi as old ancestor. So, this is your trump card. Ning Qi did not look at Wang Yan. Instead, he smiled at Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbaric Bull Great Sage. Then, without waiting for the 2 to speak, 2 streams of immortal qi flowed into their bodies. In an instant, their cultivation was completely destroyed by the immortal qi. They let out a painful shriek. Yellow Dragon Great Sage turned back into his true form, a yellow dragon, while Barbaric Bull Great Sage turned back into a giant bull with colorful tattoos on his body. Ning Qi felt that they were too big. He waved his hand and the 2 returned to their human forms. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. You actually destroyed our cultivation? Wang Yan and the others were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Yellow Dragon Great Sage's trump card was an immortal king. Even if it was Barbaric Bull Great Sage's backer, they could not afford to offend him. No matter how strong Ning Beixian was, could he be stronger than a 3 tribulation creator? In less than 4,000 years, Ning Beixian could not reach that level even if he ate elixirs day and night, which 3 tribulation creator had not cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Wang Zhong, hang them up as well. I'll sit here for a while and see if their backers will stick up for them. Ning Qi chuckled. Wang Zhong quickly agreed. Next, he reached out with his hand to grab the 2 cultivators. It did not take long for an administrator elder to bring over 2 pillars and insert them into the ground beside the red-faced cultivators group of 3. After hanging the 2 cultivators up, Wang Zhong respectfully walked back to Ning Qi's side. Ning Beixian, you're dead. Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbarian Bull Great Sage cursed loudly, repeating the words of the red-faced cultivator and his 2 companions. With the addition of Lai Kong, Ning Qi suddenly felt that they were too noisy. He waved his hand and shot out a stream of immortal qi, instantly sealing their mouths. Patriarch Beixian, seeing that Ningqi was ignoring him, Wang Yan's face instantly revealed a trace of anxiety. I saw that you were sincerely thinking for the Wang family, so I turned a blind eye to you becoming the Wang family patriarch. Otherwise, do you think that someone who once threatened to kill me would be able to sit in this position so easily? Ningqi looked at Wang Yan indifferently. Wang Yan was startled. He lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Beixian, for forgiving me. But the Piao Miao sect is easy to deal with. Their strongest cultivator is only a second tribulation creator. With Patriarch Beixian's current cultivation, there is indeed nothing to be afraid of. But if the background of these two is as they said, the Wang clan will be in great trouble. Please teach me." "Teach you? Do you need me to teach you? Why did the Piao Miao sect cause trouble at the Wang clan? Why did they dare to hit a mystic perfected immortal? It's because they thought that I, Ning Beixian, am dead because Huang He Immortal King wants to suppress me. Otherwise, would they dare to touch the Wang clan?" Ningqi sneered. The great sage of the Middle Land and the others felt awkward. That was what they thought. Otherwise, the great sage of the Middle Land wouldn't have made a move. After all, the deity realm of the Middle Land and Mystic Perfected Immortal King used to be allies. It was precisely because he thought that Ningqi was dead and Mystic Perfected Immortal King was also dead that he disregarded his friendship with Mystic Perfected Immortal King and attacked Mystic Perfected Immortal King. Wang Yan was taken aback. Hearing Ningqi's words, he came to a realization. That's right. Ningqi had already offended Huang He Immortal King. Even if he didn't offend the Piao Miao sect and Yellow Dragon Great Sage, a large group of creators would swarm over to capture Ningqi for Huang He Immortal King. Since that was the case, who was there to be afraid of? Everyone understood this logic. But then, they were terrified. They probably wouldn't have the right to meet someone like Huang He Immortal King in their lifetime. If they were targeted by someone like him, their Wang clan would be annihilated, unless Ningqi could fight against Huang He Immortal King. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. He glanced at Ningqi, who was calm and didn't seem to be worried at all. A bold idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that this Patriarch Beixian had reached a state where he didn't need to fear celestial kings after thousands of years of cultivation? Wang Yan felt that the possibility of this was very high. Now, I just want to see which ants are going to stand up for Huang He Immortal King. After I've dealt with these ants, I'll go to Dao Expansion Celestial City to fight Huang He Immortal King. Chapter 1580. Teaching Elder Wang Zhong, please let us see the ancestral patriarch Beixian. The 12 lords of the mystic true immortal realm knelt in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was at the peak of the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, and was about to break through to the late stage of the Transcendence Realm. As for these lords of the grottos, all of them were at the late stage of the Transcendence Realm. Among them, Kunlun Grotto's Feng Yuntian was at the peak of the late stage of the Transcendence Realm. He was the one who had the highest chance of reaching the Transcendence Realm. The rest of the peak elders of the Wang clan looked at the 12 of them, and their lips curled into a cold smile. When the Wang clan was in trouble, the 12 of them knew the reason behind it and began to pay lip service to the Wang clan. In the end, they chose to side with the 6 great saints. Out of the 6 great sages, 4 of them had lost their arms, and the other 2 great sages were hanging on the pillars in front of the Wang clan's ancestral shrine. Together with the red-faced cultivator and the other 2 great sages, they were scorched by the scorching sun. Drops of oil dripped from their bodies. Who in the Azure Dragon continent wouldn't be afraid of such a scene? What gives you the right to see Patriarch Beixian? Wang Zhong sat on the main seat. Wang Yan knew that Ningqi would not like him, so he handed over all the family affairs to Wang Zhong. Wang Yan went into seclusion. Even the newly promoted elders were now under Wang Zhong's leadership. Wang Zhong's backer was the North Mystic Ancestral Patriarch. After experiencing these things, these people knew that Ning Qi was ruthless and decisive, so they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Elder Wang Zhong, we know that we have sinned, but we want to atone for our sins. If the Beixian ancestral patriarch doesn't want to see us, can Elder Wang Zhong show us the way out? Feng Yun Wutian said sincerely. Wang Zhong looked at him indifferently, and then a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. It's not that there's no way out, but it depends on whether you want to leave or not. Go. We'll definitely leave. The lords of the 12 grottos nodded. Give up your seats and come to the Wang family to be a deacon elder. I'll show you a way out. As for whether you want to leave or not, it's none of my business. Wang Zhong chuckled. What? Asking them to give up the position of the master of the heavenly abode and become a small managing elder of the Wang family? Putting aside the fact that they were all experts at the late-stage Dharma characteristic realm, even the various grotto heavens were businesses that had been passed down by their ancestors for countless generations. Even though the Wang family had a longer heritage, from the very beginning, they were only vassals. The highest position of the Wang family cultivators in the various grotto heavens was only a deputy grotto master. Did Wang Zhong intend to completely strip them of their identities and arrange for them to retire in the Wang family in order to atone for their crimes? Thank you, Elder Wang Zhong, for your guidance. In the future, I will have to trouble Elder Wang Zhong to take good care of Wutian in the Wang clan. Feng Yun Wutian bowed. When the other masters of the grotto heavens saw this, although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Feng Yun Wutian's lead. Wang Zhong smiled faintly and said, Feng Yun Wutian, your cultivation is not weak, and you are the first one to declare your position. You can be the peak elder. You will be in charge of the Emerald Bamboo Peak, one of the 108 peaks of the Wang clan. As for the others, you can start from the deacon elder position. If you perform well, you will have the chance to be promoted to the peak elder position. A look of joy flashed in Feng Yun Wutian's eyes, while everyone else's faces were ashen. They were filled with regret. Wang Zhong saw all of this and inwardly sneered. Wang Zhong came to Ning Qi and told him what had happened. He hesitated for a while and said, Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, these 12 people don't care about the Wang clan. They might betray us in the future. Why don't we kill them on the spot? Just punish the culprit. If we kill these 12 people, the mystic true immortal realm will be in chaos for a while, which is not good for the Wang clan's development. There is no hurry to kill them. Ning Qi said calmly. Wang Zhong nodded and said, Yes. Oh right, there is a sect under the Kunlun Grotto Heaven that is near the Grand Desert region. It is called Xianling Sect and its sect master, Meng Tianshu. Is there any news about him? Ning Qi asked. Meng Tianshu. Wang Zhong's face changed. What's wrong? Ning Qi frowned. I have heard of the sect master of Xianling Sect, Meng Tianshu. He is extremely mysterious among the early-stage Dharma-playing cultivators. He rarely makes a move, but every time he does, it is as powerful as thunder. No one dares to offend him. However, he has been missing for a long time. A few thousand years ago, a three-tribulation creator rose up in the central mainland and killed the Huangting dynasty's perfected immortal Huangting. He changed the Huangting dynasty to the underworld Dao and was given the title by the Dao Yen celestial emperor. His name is also Meng Tianshu. Wang Zhong whispered. Three-tribulation creator? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and he checked the time with Wang Zhong. The day of Meng Tianshu's rise was exactly 300 years after Xuanzhen Great Sage and Jian Shilai entered the Void Realm together. If they stayed in the Void Realm for 100 years, then even if Meng Tianshu came out alive, he would only have cultivated for 200 years. To become a three-tribulation creator in 200 years, the difficulty of this was probably nightmarish. The lightning tribulation alone was enough to destroy one's divine soul. Unless he had something special to deal with the lightning tribulation. The Tower of Kungsu. Ning Qi's thoughts became clearer. Meng Tianshu was most likely a cultivator of the underworld. He had occupied the body of the real Meng Tianshu and deceived the laws of heaven to cultivate in this place. By the way, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian, there's something. Wang Zhong's face showed a hint of hesitation. What is it? Don't hesitate. Ning Qi smiled. Here's the thing. There have been many elites in the Wang family over the past thousands of years. But 35 years ago, a disciple of a branch was born. She is so talented that I'm afraid she's 3 to 5 times more powerful than Wang Lan. In just a few decades, she has cultivated to the early stage of the eternal life state. She should be the most likely disciple to become a creator other than you. I wonder if ancestral patriarch Bei Xian can teach her? Which branch does she belong to? Ning Qi smiled. Wang Zhong snickered. I'm from this branch. Fine, call her here. Also, call all the elites you like to see me. I have some free time in the Wang family, so I can teach them a few moves. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Wang Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He quickly accepted the order and left. Not long after, he appeared in front of Ning Qi with a group of 15 young disciples. The woman standing at the very front looked to be in her 20s. She was beautiful, and like the other 14 Wang family disciples, they all looked at Ning Qi with curiosity and reverence. Greetings, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. The 15 people bowed in unison. I have nothing to teach you about cultivation, but I have a move called the Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade. If you learn it, you will have a higher chance of winning. Ning Qi said lightly. Chapter 1581. Chapter 1581. Chapter 1581 Undercurrent Deer Gate, Immortal Court. Great Peace City Alchemist Union. According to the summary of the information transmitted by the captains of the wanted teams, the supervisor of this place had already confirmed the news of Ning Qi's reappearance. He had also passed this news to the next level. When it reached the profound Night Immortal Dynasty, it was stopped by Venerable Blackwater, who had already broken through to the Third Tribulation Creator realm. He really didn't die. A complicated look flashed through Pill Venerate Blackwater's eyes as he looked at the jade slip in his hand. There was killing intent and fear. If he continued to send the jade slip to the higher-ups, then there was a high chance that an alchemy saint-level character would go and suppress Ning Qi. However, Pill Venerate Blackwater had no intention of doing so. Ever since he had nearly died to the lightning tribulation, Pill Venerate Blackwater understood that Ning Qi had become his heart demon. This demon had been entrenched in his heart for thousands of years. Only by watching Ning Qi die in front of him could he get rid of this heart demon. Pill Venerate Blackwater had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Yellow Dragon Clan, Barbaric Bull Clan, according to the clues in the Jade Slip, a plan gradually formed in Pill Venerate Blackwater's mind. He could bypass the Alchemist Alliance and borrow their strength to kill Ning Qi. Sect Master is back? In a certain remote town of the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty, Dongfang Haojie, Li Minji, Meng Qingling and the other upper echelons of the War God Temple were gathered here. However, the other half did not come. In order to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop, the War God Temple only allowed half of the upper echelons to attend every important meeting. This time, the higher-ups gathered here because the news of Ning Qi's return spread out from the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. Whether this news is true or false, we have to send someone back to confirm it. Perhaps it's another one of those fellows trying to lure and kill us. Meng Qingling said lightly. That makes sense. Dongfang Haojie nodded slightly. Thousands of years had passed, and everyone present was a half-step to the creation realm. It was only because they didn't have the qualifications or the opportunity to enter the void domain to seize the fortune that they couldn't truly break through to the first tribulation creator realm. Father, Auntie Meng, uncles, Master is really back. Dongfang Lingxian suddenly said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's eyes fell on her. Lingxian, why are you so sure? Dongfang Haojie frowned. Because I've seen the sect master before. However, the sect master didn't want to divulge any information about him, so I didn't say anything, Dongfang Lingxian whispered. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. But after the excitement, Dongfang Haojie immediately said, Sect master has his own plans. Even if we can't help him, we can't drag him down. During this period of time, everyone should be careful. Don't be captured by others to threaten sect master. Yes, sir. After hiding for thousands of years, they could finally see a glimmer of hope. Everyone was extremely excited. Floating Mist Sect. Celestial Venerable, this is bad. Reverend Scarlet Flame and 2 law-enforcing elders have been imprisoned in the Azure Dragon continent. A perfected Transcendence Realm cultivator hurried to the Ethereal Mist Sect's sect master, the Ethereal Mist Heavenly Venerate, and reported loudly. In the next moment, a young man in a green robe appeared in front of the perfected Law Phase Realm cultivator. This person was the current sect leader of the Piaomiao sect, known as the Piaomiao Heavenly Sovereign by the cultivators of the Human Deer sect Celestial Dynasty. What happened? The Ethereal Empyrean said lightly. Greetings, Celestial Venerate. The perfected Law Phase Realm cultivator hurriedly kowtowed and told the Ethereal Empyrean what had happened. When the Ethereal Empyrean heard that Reverend Scarlet Flame and the other 2 were hung on the pillars, exposed to the scorching sun, and that their cultivation was suspected to have been destroyed, his expression became even uglier. Ning Beixian seemed to have had some fortuitous encounters when he was at the Twilight Night Elixir Vein. He was able to kill Lai Kong in the flying celestial market of the Dao Development Celestial City and leave safely. Now, he even suppressed Scarlet Flame. This means that his cultivation is at least equivalent to a 3-tribulation creator. The Ethereal Empyrean's mind raced. Scarlet Flame was a cultivator of the Piaomiao sect. If he didn't save them this time, the Piaomiao sect would probably fall from being one of the 5 major sects of the Deer sect Celestial Dynasty to a second-rate sect. He couldn't allow this to happen. After some consideration, the Ethereal Empyrean directly soared into the sky and arrived at the Deer sect Celestial Dynasty's palace. If he wanted to save Scarlet Flame this time, the Deer sect's perfected immortal had to appear. He didn't believe that the other party's combat power could be stronger than the Deer sect's perfected immortal. Anyone who could obtain the title of perfected immortal was definitely a top-notch existence among those of the same realm. When the Deer sect's perfected immortal was young, he was already an unreachable prodigy for the Ethereal Empyrean. Now, although his cultivation was only 1 tribulation higher than his actual combat power was much stronger. The Ethereal Empyrean felt that he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves against the Deer sect's perfected immortal. In the magnificent palace, the Ethereal Empyrean received a private audience with the Deer sect's perfected immortal. The Deer sect's perfected immortal looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. If it wasn't for the golden-laid purple robe embroidered with a flying divine deer, no one would think that he was a perfected immortal. Ethereal, why did you come to see me this time? The Deer sect's perfected immortal smiled faintly. The Ethereal Empyrean's expression was respectful. Perfected immortal, I came to see you in such a hurry because I discovered a major matter. It's also an opportunity for perfected immortal. The Deer sect's perfected immortal raised his eyebrows. Opportunity? What do you mean by that? A few thousand years ago, a disciple in my sect was favored by the Eternal River Immortal King and was taken in as his direct disciple. In the end, he was assassinated in the flying celestial market. Before the Ethereal Empyrean could finish his sentence, the Deer sect's perfected immortal's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, You found Ning Beishuan's whereabouts? Yes. If perfected immortal captures this kid and presents him to the Eternal River Immortal King, I don't need to explain the benefit. The ethereal Empyrean said in a low voice. However, the dear sex perfected immortal wasn't thinking about this. Because of Ning Qi's disappearance, his direct disciple, Shen Bai, was still in the Sunset Night elixir vein. No matter what he did, Alchemy Emperor Sunset Night still wouldn't let him go. However, if he could suppress Ning Qi and hand him over to Alchemy Emperor Sunset Night, he could get Shen Bai back. Where is this kid now? The dear sex perfected immortal said. His thinking was very simple, and he knew more than the ethereal Empyrean. Other than the Eternal River Immortal King who wanted Ning Qi, the Joyful Demon Sect also wanted Ning Qi, and the Alchemist Alliance, his choice was naturally the latter. As for how the three parties would argue later, it was none of his business. Azure Dragon Continent, Wang family's ancestral city. The ethereal Empyrean smiled. I've already taught you all the essence of the Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade. Those who learn a little of it will increase their combat power by several-fold. Those who learn it for the first time will benefit greatly. You can demonstrate it to these 5 people, but be careful not to harm their lives. In front of the Wang family's ancestral shrine, Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 1582. Cousin, your Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade is much stronger than mine. You're flattering me. You'll definitely surpass me if you work harder. Kill me if you dare. Yellow Dragon Great Sage, give him a few more. Pfft. Hiss. Wang Yi's talent is terrifying. The Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade feels like it's going to tear the void. Arg. I'd rather die than be humiliated. The red-faced cultivator let out an angry roar. Atop the 5 pillars, the red-faced cultivator and the other 4 were short on weight. After Ning Qi's guidance, the 15 Wang family disciples had gained a basic understanding of the Eternal Void Spirit Void Saber. Due to their lack of talent, some of them didn't even have the slightest understanding of it. Wang Yi, on the other hand, had learned a bit. Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, can the Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade tear the void like a half-step creation cultivator when it's cultivated to the extreme? Wang Yi stood respectfully in front of Ning Qi and asked. The others also pricked up their ears. You don't have to cultivate it to the extreme to be able to tear the void. If you can cultivate it to the extreme, it'll be a piece of cake to kill creators like them. Ning Qi said. What? Wang Yi and the others were shocked. Wang Yi exclaimed, Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian, do you mean after we reach the creation state? The Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade is a means of attack. Even though it's related to cultivation, if you can cultivate it to a higher level when you're at the peak of the Dharma manifestation state, you can also kill creators. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Yi and the others were in a state of shock. If they understood correctly, did Ancestral Patriarch Bei Xian mean that they would have the power to kill a creator-state cultivator in the future? What a joke! Even a half-step creation-state cultivator won't be able to hurt a creator, let alone a peak Dharma manifestation state cultivator. Ha ha ha, Ning Bei Xian, you're bluffing! The red-faced cultivator laughed in a low voice. His laughter was full of mockery. Just when many people felt that Ning Qi's words were too exaggerated, Ning Qi sneered and looked at the red-faced cultivator. When I killed Lai Kong, wasn't I at the perfected transcendence realm? The red-faced cultivator's smile froze on his face. The other 4 cultivators slowly raised their heads and looked at Ning Qi with confusion in their eyes. Did he kill Lai Kong with his cultivation at the transcendence realm? How is this possible? The red-faced cultivator stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! Ning Bei Xian, you're lying to me. Who do you think you are to deserve my help? He's merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Ning Qi smiled and then looked at Wang Yi and the others. The Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade is enough for you to study for the rest of your lives. If you can truly master it, there will definitely be a place for you in the Central Mainland in the future. However, you are not allowed to reveal this move without my permission. Otherwise, I will personally take the Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade from him. The eyes of Wang Yi and the others turned solemn, and they quickly nodded and agreed in unison. All right. Next, stand aside. I will personally demonstrate the Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade to you guys. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing that, everyone was overjoyed. They thought that Ning Qi was going to test the move on the red-faced cultivator. Even the red-faced cultivator thought so. There was fear in their eyes, but also a sense of relief. It was better to die than to live like this. However, the next moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The sound was so loud that the entire Wang family's ancestral city could hear it. All the cultivators above the transcendence realm of the Wang family rushed toward the ancestral shrine. Is Ning Beixian here? Is Ning Beixian here? The voice echoed in the sky above the Wang family. Wang Yi and the others quickly looked up and saw 3 figures walking out of the crack in the sky. The Creator. More masters of creation had arrived. The peak elders and disciples of the Wang clan, as well as the cultivators of the Wang clan's ancestral city, were watching from a distance, their hearts surging with excitement. 3 creators have come together. They obviously don't come with good intentions. Is Ancestral Patriarch Beixian a match for them? If Ancestral Patriarch Beixian is defeated, won't our ancestral city be destroyed? Oh no, run! Mortals suffer when the gods fight. Even if Ancestral Patriarch Beixian isn't afraid of the 3, we will be implicated if they fight here. Other than the initial shock, some people soon realized the key point. They didn't dare to stay in the Wang family's ancestral city for long. They all flew out of the city. They could leave, but the cultivators of the Wang family couldn't. At this moment, the various peak elders of the Wang family were looking at the 3 masters of creation in the sky with fear. They seemed to sense that the auras of the 3 masters of creation were even stronger than the red-faced cultivator from before. I didn't expect the calamity to come so quickly. I wonder if the Wang family can survive this. The people of the Wang family moved their eyes away from the 3 creators and looked at Ning Qi. Many of the younger cultivators glanced at Wang Yi and the others with envy. They had heard that there were 15 young elites listening to Ning Qi's teachings. It was a rare opportunity. Some of them were talented, but Wang Zhong didn't think much of them and recommended them to Ancestral Patriarch Beixian. You're Ning Beixian? Haha. The 3 of us were passing by the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty and didn't expect to receive news of your appearance. Surrender now and follow us to meet the Heng He Deity King. We won't do anything to these ants, seeing that you can exchange a large sum of money for us. One of the second tribulation creators looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. In the end, they were stunned to see Ning Qi shift his gaze away and look at the group of ants beside him. All of you watch carefully. Ning Qi looked at Wang Yi and the others. Yes. Wang Yi and the others were frightened, excited, and a hint of anticipation. Look at what? The 3 masters of creation frowned slightly. In the next moment, they saw Ning Qi smile at them and raise his hand. Eternal Void Spirit Void Blade. In an instant, 3 shattered voids appeared in the sky. The shattered voids faintly reflected the scene on the other side, like glass. The 3 cracks in the void passed right through the waists of the 3 masters of creation. In the next moment, the 3 of them cried out in pain as their bodies fell to the ground. Wang Zhong, hang them up. Ning Qi said. Yes. Wang Zhong, who had been hiding at the side, jumped out. Then, someone else moved 3 pillars over and hung the 3 second tribulation masters of creation high up in the air. This is the Eternal Void Spirit Void Blade? Chapter 1583. Chapter 1583. Chapter 1583 Big Fish. Everyone from the Wong clan stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Before they could even react, the battle had already ended. The three creators with extraordinary auras were now like salted fish hanging not far from the red-faced cultivators group. The cultivators who had just escaped from the Wong clan's ancestral city, and those who were about to escape all stopped in their tracks and stared at the three pillars that had just been erected in the Wong clan's ancestral city with their mouths agape. Fresh blood flowed out of their severed lower bodies and flowed down the wooden stakes to the ground. The 3 second tribulation creators finally reacted and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with horror. Ning Beixian, the three of us are cultivators from the Longevity Valley of the Zhan Lu Celestial Dynasty. Our valley master is a 3 tribulation creator. If you, Ning Qi waved his hand and a strand of immortal qi immediately sealed their mouths. He then looked at Wang Zhong and asked, "Did you hear where these 3 people came from?" Wang Zhong paused for a moment, then nodded his head. "In that case, send people to spread the news of them being suppressed here. I believe there will naturally be people who will spread the news to the Longevity Valley of the Clear Lu Immortal Dynasty." Ning Qi chuckled. "What?" Everyone from the Wang family was stunned. Did they hear wrongly? Ancestral Patriarch Beixian was going to help them pass the message back? Did he think that the Wang clan didn't have enough matters to deal with? The 3 second tribulation creators were stunned as well. They looked at Ning Qi blankly. Why didn't this guy follow the script? Yes, Ancestral Master Beixian. Wang Zhong's eyes lit up. He nodded and turned around to leave. Did you guys see the Eternal Sky Spirit Void Blade clearly? Ning Qi looked at Wang Yi and the others indifferently. Wang Yi and the others looked ashamed. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian was too fast. We didn't see it clearly. It doesn't matter. There will still be some Tom, Dick, or Harry who will come looking for trouble. At that time, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Carefully feel the difference. Ning Qi smiled. 7 days later, another 4 masters of creation came to him. Their cultivation levels were weaker than the red-faced cultivator and the others, and they were only first tribulation masters of creation. Ning Qi slowly demonstrated the Eternal Void Spirit Void Blade to Wang Yi and the others a few times. In the end, he hung the 4 of them up and let Wang Yi try it on them. This time, Wang Yi left a small wound on the skin of one of the masters of creation. Because the 4 of them didn't have their cultivation destroyed by Ning Qi, they still had the power of creation in their bodies. The fact that Wang Yi could leave a wound on them meant that her Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade had improved to a certain extent and could already break through the defense of a master of creation. This scene made all the peak elders of the Wang family dumbfounded. All of them were Dharma characteristic realm cultivators, but they couldn't even leave a white mark on a first tribulation master of creation's body, let alone leave a wound. But a disciple of the Wang family who wasn't even at the Dharma characteristic realm could actually do this? At this moment, even they started to envy Wang Yi and the others for having such a fortuitous encounter. The family branches behind the 15 people also rose in status, and their status in the Wang family became a little higher. Because everyone knew that in the future, even if Ning Qi wasn't around, any one of them could reach a height that even Xuanzhen Great Sage and Wang Yan couldn't reach. Many of the peak elders thought even more deeply. These 15 people would probably all control the power of the Wang family in the future, and they were all taught by Ning Qi. In the future, although the surname of the Wang family was Wang, the real surname was Ning. With these thoughts in mind, the peak elders could only feel anxious in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it at all. Another month passed, and the pillars in front of the Wang family's ancestral hall increased from 12 to 18 again. Another 6 first tribulation masters of creation were hung up. Every time the disciples of the Wang family saw the masters of creation on the pillars, a layer of pride surged in their hearts. As for the older cultivators of the Wang family, although they were a little worried, they couldn't hide the relief on their faces. After the cultivators of the Wang family's ancestral city got over the initial shock, every time they passed by the place closest to the Wang family's ancestral hall, they would gather together and point at it. When their voices reached the ears of the masters of creation who were hung up, they instantly became furious and embarrassed. This is the Wang family's ancestral city. I heard that Ning Beixian is here. I wonder if someone got here before us. A few more cracks appeared in the void, and a few masters of creation who were chatting happily walked out. Someone noticed them, and his expression instantly became very strange. Wait. One of the masters of creation was more cautious. He waved his hand to stop his friends. He first looked at the group of ants on the ground and found that their expressions were very strange. They were completely different from the ants that saw them before. In the past, when the ants saw them, they would all bow down and worship them. But now, the ants here seem to be looking at them with a trace of pity? There's something strange about this place, the Master of Creation said in a deep voice. Look, aren't those 3 seniors from the Valley of Longevity? A Master of Creation said with a hoarse voice. His tone was a little uncertain. The few of them looked into the distance and saw that there were many pillars erected there, and every pillar had a cultivator hanging on it. Their gazes landed on the 3 Valley of Longevity cultivators. After some careful confirmation, they finally confirmed that those 3 were Valley of Longevity cultivators, second tribulation masters of creation. They were much stronger than them. Then, their gazes landed on the others, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. Other than 2 people who were suspected to be Dharma manifestation cultivators, the rest were all masters of creation. The weakest person was probably comparable to them. No matter where they were all high and mighty masters of creation, but now they had fallen to such a state? A chill surged in the hearts of the few of them. At this moment, their gazes met with a pair of eyes. We came rashly, I hope the owner of this place will not blame us. We will leave now. The few of them bowed very decisively, then tore open a crack in the void, turned around and walked in. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The cultivators of the Wang family's ancestral city curled their lips in disappointment. Wang Yi and the others also showed a trace of disappointment. These few are rather eye-catching. Ning Qi smiled. The reason why he didn't make them stay was very simple. This was what he wanted to achieve. After they left, the news would definitely spread, and in the future, no one would dare to easily come to the Wang family's ancestral city to cause trouble. No need to be disappointed. It's either today or tomorrow. The last batch of people should be here soon. Seeing that Wang Yi and the others were a little disappointed, Ning Qi laughed. His gaze paused on the red-faced cultivator and the Valley of Longevity cultivators for a moment. The masters of creation behind these 2 forces were Ning Qi's target. A first tribulation master of creation has 5 creation points, and a second tribulation master of creation should be able to get 10, right? Killing all of them should be enough for me to advance. Chapter 1584. Chapter 1584. Demonic Cloud. A few days later, the cultivators in the ancestral city sensed something strange. One moment the sun was shining brightly, but the next moment it was covered by dark clouds. They opened their eyes and saw 2 demonic clouds hovering above the ancestral city, shrouding it. In front of the ancestral shrine, Ning Qi sat on a rocking chair, leisurely rocking back and forth. Not far away, Wang Yi and the others were fighting each other. From time to time, Ning Qi would give them a few pointers. Every word he said caused Wang Yi and the others to tremble in fear. Why don't you just dig out his eyes when you have the chance? Since you've already hit him with your palm, you should use all your strength to smash his head. Being forced by Ning Qi like this, Wang Yi and the others regarded him as the enemy who had killed their father and began to fight for real. Serious injuries were common. Only when someone's life was really in danger would Ning Qi step in to save them. This, on the other hand, aroused the ferocity of Wang Yi and the others. Wang Zhong watched with great interest from the side and sighed inwardly. In the future, the Wang family would probably have 15 more killing gods, because what Ning Qi had taught them was not to leave a way out, but to find an opportunity to kill their enemies. The Wang family also sensed the demonic clouds, but they weren't as panicked as before. They calmly looked up at the sky. Mystic North Ancestor? Wang Yi and the others stopped. Did I tell you to stop? Ning Qi said indifferently. Yes. Wang Yi and the others were startled and ignored the demonic clouds in the sky. Ning Qi sat on the rocking chair and looked through the clouds to see the existence behind him. He had no intention of getting up or even greeting them. There were two groups of people on top of the two clouds. One of them was the Deer Army led by the Deer Sect Perfected Immortal. There were about 300 to 400 people standing on the clouds. They wore neat armors and looked majestic like heavenly soldiers. Ethereal Empyrean stood next to the Deer Sect Perfected Immortal and looked down at the red-faced cultivators hanging on the pillars with an ugly expression. On the other side was a group of cultivators wearing different clothes. There were about 24 or 25 of them. Their eyes fell on the 3 cultivators from the Longevity Valley. May I ask if you are the undying immortal old man, the Valley Lord of the Myriad Life Valley of the Clear Lu Immortal Dynasty? The eyes of the Deer Sect True Immortal fell upon the old man who was leading the group of monstrous clouds. The old man's forehead was protruding like a peach, and his long beard almost reached his feet. He was the Valley Master of the Valley of Longevity, also known as the Immortal Old Man. Even some of the 4 or 5 tribulations masters of creation couldn't tell how long he had lived, because the immortal old man was already famous when these masters of creation were young. It is this old man. Sir, are you a true immortal of Deer Gate? I've heard a lot about you. The undying immortal father nodded with a smile, but the cultivators behind him were furious. They wanted nothing more than to descend to the Wang family's ancestral city and kill Ning Qi. You flatter me. When I was young, the undying immortal elder was already extremely famous. Speaking of which, I am actually a junior. True immortal Deergate said with a smile. In the path of cultivation, those who are accomplished are the masters. The Deer Sect True Immortal is so young, yet you have already obtained the title of True Immortal. I cannot compare to you, so how can I be considered a junior? However, the Deer Sect True Immortal must also be here for Ning Beixian, right? I heard this kid offended the Eternal River Immortal King. Suppress him and you will be rewarded by the Eternal River Immortal King. The Undying Immortal Father smiled. The Undying Immortal Father has misunderstood. You are a senior, and I see a few cultivators below seem to be from the Longevity Valley. Are you here to rescue them? If so, I can't be the first to do so. The Deer Sect True Immortal Father smiled. The Undying Immortal Old Man laughed, then looked down indifferently and said, If that's the case, I won't be polite. 5 people, bring those 3 embarrassing fellows here. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 to 8 people rushed out of the demonic cloud and landed in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral shrine. The cultivators who had been paying attention were shocked. There were actually 7 to 8 masters of creation this time. It seemed that the formation behind the demonic cloud was not simple. Wang Zhong stood next to Ning Qi with a smile. Wang Yi and the others acted as if they didn't see the 7 to 8 masters of creation and were still fighting each other. Only the masters of creation hanging on the pillars looked up with hopeful expressions. The red-faced cultivator and the others didn't know whether to be disappointed or happy when they saw that it wasn't people from the Piao Miao sect. However, the others were disappointed. Only the 3 cultivators from the Longevity Valley were ecstatic. Although they had lost their lower bodies, as long as they escaped this place, they could still grow a lower body that was not weaker than before in a few hundred years. Ning Bay. In order to amplify their momentum, the 7 or 8 myriad life valley cultivators roared every time they approached. However, before they could utter the word Xian, Ning Qi gently waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 myriad life valley cultivators crashed to the ground like kites with a broken string. Wang Zhong, hang them up, Ning Qi said indifferently. Yes. Wang Zhong chuckled and beckoned with his hand. Next, several cultivators from the Wang family, who had been prepared for this, carried over 8 pillars. They inserted them into the ground in a practiced manner. Next, Wang Zhong personally hung up the 8 unconscious cultivators. Above the demonic cloud, the deer sect perfected immortal's expression didn't change, but the Piao Miao sect perfected immortal's expression changed drastically. The 300 to 400 elite deer sect perfected immortal's expression didn't look too good either. They thought that this mission wouldn't be too difficult, and they had the deer sect perfected immortal leading them personally. However, the 7 to 8 first tribulation masters of creation didn't even make a splash before they sank immortal elder? The cultivators from the Longevity Valley looked at the immortal elder in shock. The immortal elder still had a calm smile on his face. Interesting. It seems that his cultivation isn't weak. First tribulation masters of creation aren't his match. Let the second tribulation masters of creation take action. Yes. The 8 second tribulation masters of creation glanced at each other, gritted their teeth and rushed out of the demonic cloud. However, they learned their lesson this time and didn't attack Ning Qi directly. Instead, they maintained a distance. Ning Beixian, hand over the cultivators of the Longevity Valley. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your entire clan today. A loud voice echoed around the Wang clan's ancestral city. The rocking chair slowly swayed. Ning Qi glanced at them. The next moment, the 8 second tribulation masters of creation felt the world change. Their eyes were filled with shock. Creation domain? We're thousands of feet away from him. How can he still envelop us in his creation domain? Before they could figure out what was going on, a wave of immortal chi had already engulfed them from head to toe. They didn't even have the chance to resist before this violent wave of immortal chi rushed into their bodies. Their eyes rolled back and they fainted instantly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1585. Chapter 1585. Chapter 1585. Immortal Old Man. This, a hint of fear flashed across the ethereal heavenly venerate's eyes. The cultivators from the Valley of Longevity were at most 1 or 2 levels weaker than him, but they were all second tribulation creators. How could they be defeated in the blink of an eye? Genuine immortal deer sect's expression finally changed slightly, and the way he looked at Ning Qi changed. He remembered what Shen Bai had said to him when he went to the pill vein of Sunset Night. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly today. The true immortal of Deer Gate secretly rejoiced in his heart. His gaze then fell upon the undying immortal father, wanting to see his reaction. The undying immortal father was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He would always have some tricks up his sleeves that ordinary people could not imagine. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the undying immortal old man was indifferent to the fact that he had lost more than 10 subordinates. One must know that even the Deer Gate immortal dynasty couldn't afford to lose more than 10 first and second tribulation creators. Although the Clear Lu immortal dynasty was much stronger than the Deer Gate immortal dynasty, a mere Longevity Valley was able to gather so many experts. But the principle was the same. Every creator was extremely precious and hard to come by. Otherwise, the Eternal River Deity King wouldn't have gone after Ning Qi for a mere Lai Kong, and the Joyful Demon sect wouldn't have retaliated after their disciple died in the Elixir Vein inheritance. Immortal Wang, now, the confident cultivators of the Valley of Longevity, were starting to feel afraid. They no longer dared to make a move and looked at the undying immortal old man. Undying immortal father glanced at Deer Gate True Immortal and said with a smile, "Dear Gate True Immortal, you've come from afar, don't you want to test that kid's strength?" The Dear Gate True Immortal laughed dryly. "I'm actually here to negotiate. I have no intention of fighting." The corner of the undying Immortal Father's lips curled into a mocking smile. He gently waved his hand and the demonic cloud beneath his feet parted to reveal a large hole. The undying Immortal Father stepped into the air and appeared before the cultivators of the Wang family's ancestral city. Alone? The cultivators from the Wang family's ancestral city found it strange. 7 or 8 of them were no match for him, so why was there only one person? Could it be an even more powerful creator? This person doesn't look easy to deal with. The gazes of the peak elders of the Wang family wavered. The appearance of the undying immortal old man made them feel very strange. His forehead resembled a longevity peach. Was he a human or some other race? In truth, the ones who were the most shocked were Feng Yun Wutian and the other new elders of the Wang family. They were originally the masters of the heavenly grottos, and they had always been unwilling to become elders of the Wang family. However, after watching the battles a while ago and today, they felt a bit of gratitude towards Wang Zhong. If Wang Zhong hadn't shown them a way out with Ning Qi's cultivation, it would have been difficult for them to escape death, even if they escaped to the central mainland. Ning Beixian. The undying immortal old man smiled at Ning Qi. "What does your appearance have to do with Lord Longevity God?" Ning Qi laughed. The two of them were thousands of feet apart. One of them was in the air, and the other was sitting on the rocking chair in enjoyment. But that didn't stop the two of them from communicating. Their voices were loud and clear. "Birthday God." The undying immortal elder chuckled. "This is the result of my cultivation technique. Actually, before I started cultivating this technique, I was even more handsome than you." "You must be joking." Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. "I actually have no ill intentions towards you today. If you are willing to return those useless fellows to this old man and add the lives of your Wang clan's 2,000, this old man may consider letting you live." The undying immortal elder smiled. 2,000 lives of the Wang family? This old man is boasting shamelessly. Old thing, I'm afraid you can't even take one punch from the mystic North Patriarch. How dare you be so arrogant? The cultivators of the Wang family were enraged when they heard this. Even Wang Yi and the others couldn't help but risk being scolded by Ning Qi. They stopped and looked coldly at the undying immortal elder. "Interesting, these ants are too interesting. If that's the case, I'll take back what I said before. 5,000 lives then. If that's not enough, I'll make up for it with the ants in this city." The undying immortal elder smiled. This time, the other cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city were also enraged. They were clearly at a disadvantage, but he dared to ask for their lives? What kind of logic was this? Ning Qi had a curious look on his face. He glanced at the undying immortal elder's attributes. Longevity Valley, undying immortal elder level, 3 tribulation creator cultivation art, longevity limitless method health points, 1 yuan huh? 1 yuan of health points? Wouldn't that be over 10 billion? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Was this the opponent's trump card? He knew he had a lot of health points, so he wasn't afraid even when he saw those second tribulation creators die in his hands? No, it should be more than that. Ning Qi secretly denied his guess. He wore a faint smile on his face and said to the undying immortal elder, "Old man, if you have any trump cards, just show them." A trace of pity flashed in the undying immortal elder's eyes. "Actually, according to my request, we can turn a big problem into a small one. You can save the face of the Longevity Valley and save your own life." "What's wrong with that? Although I already know that your performance at the Twilight Night Dan Vane was extraordinary and that even the 3 tribulation creator of the Joyful Demon sect died in your hands, but are you really unwilling to accept my condition? Now I can spare your life if you give me 8,000 lives." The three tribulation creator of the joyful demon sect died in his hands? Thousands of years ago? The people hanging on the pillars were shocked when they heard this. Even the dear sect perfected immortal and the ethereal heavenly venerate were the same. Damn it, I almost. The dear sect perfected immortal cursed in his heart. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Back when he went to Mu Yez Dan Vane, he didn't meet Shen Bai personally. He only got a message from someone, so he didn't know much about Ning Qi's true combat power. If he knew that Ning Qi could kill the three tribulation masters of creation back then, he definitely wouldn't have come today. Old man, I wonder if you've heard of a saying. Ning Qi smiled. What is it? The undying immortal elder smiled. The god of longevity uses the light in the toilet. Ning Qi said. What do you mean? The undying immortal elder smiled. He knew that the god of longevity was referring to him, but he really couldn't guess what Ning Qi meant. You're looking for sh*t death. Ning Qi laughed. The people of the Wang family were slightly stunned. Those who reacted quickly already guessed it and couldn't help but laugh. Sigh. My cultivation technique is a bit special. Unfortunately, I'm only half a step away from the sixth tribulation realm. Today for you I'll come out early. The undying immortal elder shook his head with a faint smile and sighed. Sixth tribulation realm? Everyone was stunned. No wonder. The dear sect perfected immortal gasped. No wonder the undying immortal elder was surpassed by the younger generation, one after another after living for so long. It was because of his cultivation technique. So, he had been suppressing his cultivation? The next moment, the undying immortal elder's aura suddenly rose. For tribulation creator? Why isn't there a lightning tribulation? His cultivation technique can actually avoid lightning tribulations? The dear sect perfected immortal exclaimed. Chapter 1586. Chapter 1586. Chapter 1586. Who are you? The undying immortal old man's transformation hadn't stopped yet. His aura was still rising, his hair fluttered without any wind, and the bump on his forehead became even fuller. When the cultivators of the Valley of Longevity saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They never knew that their valley master, the undying immortal old man, had such a terrifying foundation. After the shock, they were overjoyed. The stronger the undying immortal old man was, the higher the possibility of saving his family's cultivators. True immortal Deergate's expression changed from shock to realization, and then to horror. He finally understood that many people had once said that the undying immortal elder was not simple. Those people's guesses were correct. This was an old monster very close to the immortal king realm. With a popping sound, the immortal father's aura rose to another level. This time, the cultivators in the ancestral city could clearly feel an aura that made their hearts tremble. A 5 tribulation creator. What about the lightning tribulation? Is his cultivation technique really so terrifying that he can even hide from the lightning tribulation? True immortal Deergate clenched his fists tightly. When he broke through to become a first tribulation creator, he had to endure 3 lightning tribulations. After that, when he broke through to become a second tribulation creator, and then a third tribulation creator, he had to endure 2 more lightning tribulations. In total, he had to endure 5 lightning tribulations to reach his current cultivation level. If it wasn't for the fear that he wouldn't be able to survive the next lightning tribulations, he could have already tried to break through to become a 4th tribulation creator. If I can obtain his cultivation method, a trace of restlessness flashed through the true immortal of Deergate's heart. After that, he felt a little dejected. After the undying immortal old man became a 5 tribulation creator, his aura was still rising, and who knew what realm he would reach. Even if he did not become a 6 tribulation creator, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the techniques of a 5 tribulation creator. Slowly, the undying immortal old man's aura rose to its peak, and there were no longer any changes. He was a 5 tribulation creator, and a senior one at that. Kid, why did you accept this old man's suggestion? If I were to use the boundless longevity art to nourish my body for another 3,000 years, I should be able to break through to the 6 tribulations creator realm, the immortal king realm. What a pity! If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to sacrifice tens of millions of lives in your city to vent the hatred in my heart. The undying immortal old man looked at Ningqi, the corners of his mouth curling up. You want to kill millions of people here? Why? Ningqi laughed. The undying immortal old man's eyes flickered slightly. He was a little surprised that Ningqi was still sitting on the rocking chair, but he did not care. He smiled and said, "Because I am a 5 calamity master of creation." The people of the Wang family started to worry. Just one look at the terrifying energy was enough to send shivers down their spines. Would their ancestral patriarch Bei Xian be a match for such an existence? Only the younger generation was blindly confident in Ningqi. They didn't know how terrifying a 5 tribulation creator was, so when the undying deity old man threatened to spill the entire Wang family's ancestral city with blood, they immediately pointed at him and cursed. "Old fool! Don't cry when you're hung on the pillar." Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian respects the old and cherishes the young. Otherwise, he would have knocked you down immediately. Do you really think you're the god of longevity? Noisy! The undying deity old man smiled and gently waved his hand. Boundless creation power turned into a few cold arrows that shot towards the Wang family's disciples. At the same time, he stepped in the void and walked towards the ancestral shrine. Every step he took shattered the void. How strong were the cold arrows formed by the power of creation! At least, the dear sect perfected immortal was sure that he couldn't block this attack. A casual attack could kill a 3 tribulation creator, as expected of a 5 tribulation creator. In the blink of an eye, the undying deity old man arrived in front of Ningqi and looked at him with interest. "Aren't you afraid? Or do you know that you're going to die?" Wang Yi and the other's eyes gradually turned serious. Wang Zhong, who was standing behind Ningqi, swallowed secretly, but there was no fear on his face. There were only 2 outcomes today. Either the enemy died or the Wang family was destroyed. Since he already knew the outcome, why should he be afraid? It was just a choice between the 2. Wang Zhong, bring another pillar. No, let me count. 5, 8, 13, 19. Bring another 19 pillars here. Ningqi turned to Wang Zhong. Yes. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. He turned to call for people to move the pillars. After Ningqi finished speaking, he didn't get up. Instead, he suddenly held the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand and slashed out a few times. The undying deity old man looked at Ningqi mockingly, a faint smile on his lips. A wave of the power of creation instantly enveloped his body, and then, puff, 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 the undying deity old man's expression gradually turned dull. The power of creation he thought was foolproof was instantly disintegrated under the opponent's saber. A faint line of blood appeared on his arms and thighs. Then, his arms and legs fell to the ground. The limbless undying deity old man collapsed beside Ningqi's rocking chair. Ningqi put away the Dragon Slayer saber and slashed out a few more times. Each palm landed heavily on the undying deity old man's back. His body collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Wang Zhong and the others had already moved the pillars over. "Hang them up," Ningqi said lightly. Silence. The people of the Wang family felt that they couldn't breathe. The shock in their hearts couldn't be described with words. Only by holding their breaths could they calm themselves down. Wang Yi and the others looked at Ningqi with eyes full of admiration. Above the demon clouds, the dear true immortal led the divine dear army, and the ethereal heavenly venerate were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in disbelief. He didn't even get up, yet he killed a 5 tribulation creator just like that? The ethereal heavenly venerate's body finally began to tremble violently. It was very unbelievable for a 2nd tribulation creator to do this. Only extreme fear would cause such a thing. How can it be so strong? The ethereal heavenly venerate's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to turn around and leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. But he didn't dare to move. Valley Master, the cultivators of the Valley of Longevity, were originally in high spirits after the undying deity Old Man revealed his 5 tribulation creator cultivation base. But in the blink of an eye, the undying deity Old Man's limbs were cut off by Ning Qi, making them feel like they had fallen from the sky into the abyss. On the pillars, the smiles on the faces of the 3 Valley of Longevity cultivators, the red-faced cultivator, and a dozen other creators froze. The undying deity Old Man's face was dull. Only when he was hung up high did he wake up from his shock, doubt, disbelief, and confusion. In the end, these emotions turned into fear as he looked at Ning Qi in horror. Chapter 1587. Despair. The undying immortal Old Man's voice was filled with anger and sorrow, as if he had just reached the pinnacle of his cultivation but was beaten down to the mortal world. "Who are you? Who the hell are you?" The undying immortal Old Man stared at Ning Qi as if he wanted to find some clues from his face. "Is my identity important to you now?" Ning Qi looked at the undying immortal Old Man with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The undying immortal Old Man was slightly startled. Then, he remembered his current situation and his expression became extremely ugly. Yes, it was meaningless to him who the other party was. The only thing he cared about was how to get out of this situation and save his own life. "Sun, Senior, I was arrogant today and offended you. Senior, please spare my life on account that I haven't committed any irredeemable sins." The undying immortal Old Man respectfully looked at Ning Qi and admitted his mistake in a low voice. The people of the Wang family showed a hint of mockery and disdain when they saw the undying immortal Old Man's quick change of attitude. Just a moment ago, he was talking about killing thousands of people of the Wang family and even sacrificing tens of millions of lives in the ancestral city. Now, he immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. This kind of moral integrity was inferior to even eternal life realm cultivators. But the perfected immortal of Deer Gate, ethereal heavenly lord, and the other masters of creation could feel the undying immortal Old Man's current mood. He had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years, but now he was about to be destroyed. Anyone else would kneel and beg for mercy. How much was dignity worth? Ning Qi smiled at the undying immortal Old Man suddenly. He reached out and the demonic cloud that shrouded the entire ancestral city of the Wang family dissipated. The remaining cultivators of the Valley of Longevity were directly pulled in front of Ning Qi by a powerful force. When the crowd saw their figures, they were already lying on the ground like dead dogs with blood all over their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The hundreds of Deer Gate perfected immortal and the Deer Gate army were also seen by the crowd at this moment. They were startled. They didn't expect so many cultivators to be hiding behind the demonic cloud. "Hang all the cultivators of the Valley of Longevity." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Yes, sir." Wang Zhong's face was brimming with a joyful smile. Under his control, all the cultivators of the Longevity Valley, who had come with the undying immortal father to seek revenge, were hung up. Ning Qi did a head count. Excluding the undying immortal Old Man, there were close to 40 people. Killing all of them would give him more than 100 creation points. "God Deer Army, you are a true immortal of the Deer sect?" Ning Qi's gaze fell upon true immortal Deer Gate. "A true immortal of Deer Gate?" At this moment, Wang Yen, who had been in seclusion all this time, was called out. He looked over. Everyone in the upper echelon of the Wang clan, including him, knew what the words, "Dear Gate True Immortal," meant. If the cultivators of the Azure Dragon continent wanted to go to the central mainland, they could only use the teleportation array in the hidden immortal platform to reach Da'an City. Da'an City was one of the major cities under the Deer Gate celestial dynasty. And now, even the true immortal of the Deer Gate had come here personally? Senior Beixian. The Deer Sect true immortal quickly cupped his fists towards Ningqi and put on what he thought was a friendly smile. "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Ethereal Heavenly Venerate stood beside the Deer Sect true immortal and prayed in his heart. But his prayers seemed to have the opposite effect. Ningqi's gaze had already landed on him. Ningqi's gaze made Ethereal Heavenly Venerate's hair stand on end. "Oh, so it's the sect master of the Ethereal Mist sect, Ethereal Heavenly Venerate. Then you must be here to avenge the Ethereal Mist sect?" Ningqi sat on the rocking chair and smiled. His voice was so loud that it could be heard from hundreds of miles away. The expressions of the Deer Sect True Immortal and Ethereal Heavenly Venerate changed drastically. "Senior Beixian, it's a misunderstanding. I'm here for Shenbai. For Shenbai." The Deer Sect True Immortal immediately brought up his personal disciple, Shenbai. Moreover, he was indeed here for Shenbai. His original plan was to directly suppress Ningqi and hand him over to the Mu Yi elixir vein to redeem Shenbai. But now, even if he was given 10,000 leopard guts, he wouldn't dare to have that idea. "Shenbai? We'll discuss this later." Ningqi nodded lightly. Dear Immortal True Immortal let out a long sigh of relief. Ningqi's attitude had made it clear that he would not attack him for the time being. Dear Immortal True Immortal was glad that he did not attack Ningqi first, but let the undying immortal old man test the waters first. Thinking of this, he looked at the undying immortal old man, who was hung high up in the air, with a trace of sorrow in his heart. A 5-tribulation master of creation, under any circumstances, would not fall to such a state. It was all because Ningqi's cultivation was too difficult to see through. Otherwise, with the undying immortal father's intelligence, he wouldn't have offended someone who was far more powerful than him. If he could live, he might really become a 6-tribulation creator in the future and become an immortal king. But now it was already a blessing for his ancestors to be able to keep his life. "Are you going to come down yourself, or do I have to catch you?" Ningqi looked at the Ethereal Heavenly Venerate and smiled. The Ethereal Heavenly Venerate's heart skipped a beat. A smile appeared on his face as if he was about to say something, but the next moment, he tore open a void crack and was about to escape. Escape. He had to escape. He had a premonition that if he didn't escape today, he would end up like the undying immortal father. Boom. Before he could escape into the void crack, the crack was shattered by the Deer Sect Perfected Immortal, and the Ethereal Heavenly Venerate's back was punched. "Deer Sect Perfected Immortal, you." The Ethereal Heavenly Venerate looked at the Deer Sect Perfected Immortal in disbelief. He had known him for tens of thousands of years. They had known each other when they weren't even in the Transcendence realm. Now, the Deer Sect Perfected Immortal actually attacked him? "If you escape today, I and the Divine Deer Army will probably become salted fish on the pillar. You want to harm me, so I'll kill you. But your life belongs to Senior Beixian. I can't make the decision." The Deer Sect Perfected Immortal sneered at him, then grabbed the Ethereal Heavenly Venerate and landed in front of Ningqi respectfully. "Senior Beixian, the Ethereal Heavenly Venerate planned to escape, so I had to make the decision to punch him. Please don't blame me, Senior Beixian." When the Divine Deer Army in the sky saw that their boss had landed on the ground, they didn't dare to stay high in the void anymore. They hurriedly landed in the Wang family's ancestral hall, and stood there quietly with solemn expressions. Oh, I don't blame you. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He reached out and a whip formed from immortal qi lashed the ethereal heavenly venerate's body. He let out another miserable howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. The meridians in the ethereal heavenly venerate's body had collapsed after being hit by the whip, and he had lost the ability to move. The red-faced cultivator and the others closed their eyes in despair when they saw this. Wang Zhong, hang up! Chapter 1588. Chapter 1588. Chapter 1588 Alchemy Lord Blackwater Wang Zhong quickly set up a pillar next to the red-faced cultivator and hung Ethereal Heavenly Master on it. Sect Master, I'm sorry. The red-faced cultivator's dry lips moved slightly. Qiyan, I'll F***ck your mother. Ethereal Heavenly Master raised his head with difficulty and said to the red-faced cultivator. His words were filled with resentment. Qiyan was startled, but he immediately scolded back. Ning Qi smiled and looked away from them. Then, he said to Wang Yi, what are you waiting for? Bring a stool for dear sect perfected immortal. Yes, ancestral patriarch Bei Xian. I'll go right away. Wang Yi nodded happily. Although it was something only servants did, many envious and jealous gazes fell on her at the moment. Shortly after, Wang Yi brought a small stool over. Dear sect perfected immortal sat on the small stool and looked at Ning Qi awkwardly. Maybe Wang Yi did it on purpose, but the stool was a bit short. Dear sect perfected immortal had to sit down 2 heads lower than Ning Qi. Tell me, what's going on with Xunbai? Ning Qi smiled. Ancestral patriarch Bei Xian, ever since you left the Dan vein. Dear sect perfected immortal pondered for a moment and organized his words. The Alchemist Alliance said that they want to keep Shen Bai and another lady called Gongsun Xiun. Oh, and a supervisor of the Alchemist Alliance, I think his name is Wu Dong. They said that before the truth is found, the 3 of them can't leave the Dan vein. So, they haven't left the Dan vein for 3,000 years? Ning Qi was startled. The perfected immortal of the Deer sect smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, that's why I came to ask ancestral patriarch Bei Xian if there's any way for Shen Bai to return to the Deer sect's celestial dynasty. It's simple. I just need to show up. I understand. I'll bring Shen Bai back to the Deer sect celestial dynasty soon. Don't worry, Deer sect perfected immortal. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Shen Bai and the other 2 were put under house arrest in the Dan vein for nearly 4,000 years because of this? Wasn't this group of alchemy fellows being too calculative over every ounce? Whether it was Pill Venerate Mad Dragon's death, the delightful demon sex Li Qingtian's disappearance, or Lai Kong's murder in the flying celestial market, anyone with a discerning eye knew that it had nothing to do with Shen Bai and the other 2. In reality, the information they knew was not much more than the 7 great sects Xiao Wei and the other geniuses. There was only one reason why he was placed under house arrest, and that was to vent his anger. There was no need to think about it to know that Pill Venerate Mad Dragon's backer was definitely behind this. If memory served him right, it should be Pill Emperor Subhoodie, an 8 Tribulation Master of Creation, the strongest Pill Emperor in the Alchemist Alliance. Thank you, Senior Bei Xian. The true immortal of Deer Gate was overjoyed. Even though Ning Qi seemed to still be a criminal, what he saw today caused the Deer Gate true immortal to have a whole new level of respect for Ning Qi. His impression of him changed greatly, and he inexplicably gained a lot more confidence. After chatting for a while, another crack appeared in the sky. Everyone was startled. Another creator had come? A dozen figures slowly walked out of the crack in the void. Most of their auras were not weaker than the Deer Gate true immortal. 2 of them even had the aura of a 4 Tribulation Master of Creation. Haha, you've come to this day. Did you all discuss to come together? Ning Qi smiled. The Deer Gate true immortal looked up and then smiled awkwardly at Ning Qi. Whether it was the Valley of Longevity or this group of people who came this time, he did not discuss with them. It was indeed a coincidence that they came. As soon as the dozen or so masters of creation appeared, their faces were filled with shock. Their gazes first swept across the Deer Gate army, the Deer Gate true immortal, Ning Qi, and finally landed on the pillar in front of the Wang family's ancestral shrine. Seeing more than 40 people emitting the aura of masters of creation hanging half-dead on the pillar, even Alchemy Venerate Blackwater, who had been smiling all along, gasped. It's Alchemy Venerate Blackwater. The Deer Gate true immortal recognized Alchemy Venerate Blackwater. A trace of awkwardness flashed in his eyes. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's appearance was very likely an internal matter of the Alchemist Union. It would be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. However, he did not dare to bid farewell to Ning Qi. Even a 5 Tribulation Master of Creation was hung up high. Before he understood Ning Qi's temperament 100%, he really did not dare to offend Ning Qi and risk being suppressed. Blackwater, you know I'm here, and you still dare to come see me? Ning Qi smiled. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's gaze landed on Ning Qi. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he immediately calmed down. This time, there were 2 4 Tribulation Masters of Creation and a dozen 3rd Tribulation Masters of Creation with him. He did not believe that he could not suppress Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, although nearly 4,000 years have passed, your matter is still recorded in the records. Now that you've appeared again, this unsolved case can finally be closed. Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to suppress you? Alchemy Venerate Blackwater looked coldly at Ning Qi. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater, let's not talk about suppression first. You said that my clansmen were humiliated, so I came all the way here with you. Now that I've seen you, that yellow dragon is indeed a junior of my clan. That one is also from the Barbarian Bull clan, right? So, let's settle the clan's matters first, then let Alchemy Venerate Blackwater handle the rest. What do you think? A middle-aged cultivator emitting the aura of a 4 Tribulation Master of Creation said indifferently. Another 4 Tribulation Master of Creation standing not far away heard him and nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with his words. Our savior is here. On the pillar, Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbarian Bull Great Sage were overjoyed at first. Then, when their gazes accidentally swept across the undying immortal old man, their expressions sank into despair again. So what if he came? Even a 5 Tribulation Master of Creation was reduced to such a state, so what could a 4 Tribulation Master of Creation do? Alright, please do as you please. Although this kid is the commander of the Alchemist Alliance, his position has already been stripped. Even Pill Emperor Bodhi said that unless he proves his innocence, the Alchemist Alliance will never accept a demon who plotted against the lives of its own cultivators. Even if the 2 of you kill him, the Alchemist Alliance will not pursue the matter. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater smiled faintly and took a step to the side. Clearly, he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. The cultivators below looked at this scene with strange expressions on their faces. Wait, is this person the undying, immortal old man? These people are all cultivators of the Valley of Longevity, so this guy must be the undying, immortal old man. That's right, but why is his aura so strange? It's like a 5 Tribulation Master of Creation? Chapter 1589. Chapter 1589, p. A 5 Tribulation Creator? The undying immortal old man was a 5 Tribulation Creator? How was that possible? The 2 did not believe it, but his aura was obvious. No matter how they probed, the undying immortal old man's aura was the same as those 5 Tribulation Creators they had seen before. In fact, he was even stronger than some of them. Seeing this, the 2 finally showed a hint of shock. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear and confusion, not daring to act rashly. You 2, what are you? Alchemy Venerate Blackwater was slightly startled. The two were just eyeing Ning-Chi like tigers watching their prey, ready to suppress him. Why did they suddenly become silent? Was it because of the dear sect perfected immortal? There was no reason. May I ask if this person is the legendary undying immortal old man who has lived for countless years? Among the two, the cultivator who looked similar to great sage barbarian bull and seemed to be of the same species cupped his hands and asked Ning-Chi warily. "Oh, you know him?" Ning-Chi smiled. It was indeed the undying immortal old man. Not only did the two of them change their expressions, but the others were also shocked. They were the three tribulation masters of creation, so they had naturally heard of the undying immortal old man, who was known as the most mysterious among the three tribulation masters of creation. Even the fourth and fifth tribulation masters of creation didn't know about this guy, so how could he not have any trump cards after living for so long? Rumor has it that the undying immortal old man is not a three-tribulation creator. Why do we sense a trace of a five-tribulation creator's aura on him? The two looked at each other as if they were talking to themselves. No one answered them. The two's expressions changed slightly, and they glanced at Ning-Chi. Among so many people, the one they could not see through the most was Ning-Chi. The dozens of creators sitting leisurely on rocking chairs and hanging from pillars were not afraid to see them. All of this made them feel a trace of an unusual aura. The undying immortal old man was a three-tribulation creator before, so there is no reason for him to become a five-tribulation creator. He must have used some secret technique and the secret technique failed, leaving behind his aura. Makes sense, but let's forget about taking him today. We don't want to be alchemy venerate Blackwater's knife. That's what I was thinking. The two looked at each other and then smiled at Ning-Chi. Your Excellency, we are cultivators of the Yellow Dragon tribe and the Raging Bull tribe. There are only a few people in our tribe, and every one of us is extremely important. I wonder if we can take those two juniors back with us? If they had offended you before, the two of us are willing to take out some toys as an apology. You want to take someone away from me? There is no such rule. Ning-Chi smiled and waved his hand. The two's expressions immediately darkened. You won't even give me this little bit of face? I don't even give face to the undying immortal old man, so why should I give face to you mere four tribulation masters of creation? Ning-Chi let out a long laugh and reached out to grab the two of them. No, Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater realized that he and the others were also within range of Ning-Chi's grasp. What? A mere fourth tribulation creator? Could the undying immortal old man really be a five-tribulation creator? Shock appeared on the two's faces. Just as they were about to react, they discovered that they, Pill Venerate Blackwater, and the others had appeared in the other party's creation domain. It's so vast. What is your cultivation level? They cried out involuntarily. Quickly destroy his creation domain. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater screamed, his face filled with fear. He never imagined that he would still be sucked into Ning-Chi's creation domain in the blink of an eye, even though he had deliberately distanced himself from Ning-Chi. If he was captured alive by Ning-Chi, Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater could not imagine what kind of fate Ning-Chi would bestow upon him due to the enmity between him and Ning-Chi. You broke through my creation field? A loud voice rang out, and an incomparably huge palm pressed down from the sky. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater and the others hurriedly used their creation domains, preparing to exchange a few blows with Ning-Chi as much as possible. In the end, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel, including the two fourth tribulation masters of creation. No matter how fast they were unable to stop this palm that was constantly growing larger. With a boom, the ground surged in all directions, spreading for tens of thousands of li. The palm slowly disappeared. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater and the others were heavily injured on the ground, coughing out blood continuously. Hang them up. In the outside world, Ning-Chi uttered a simple, hang them up. Apart from Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater, the other masters of creation were hung up on the pillars again. Ning Qi counted 62 masters of creation. There was 1/5 Tribulation Master of Creation, 2/4 Tribulation Masters of Creation, and a dozen Third Tribulation Masters of Creation. The remaining First Tribulation and Second Tribulation Masters of Creation were about the same number. Ning Beixian, don't do anything rash. I'm here on orders from the Alchemist Alliance to invite you to investigate the Sunset Night alchemy lineage. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater coughed out black blood as he raised his head, trying his best to look at Ning Qi. He seemed to be trying to determine his chances of survival from Ning Qi's expression. Oh, didn't you want them to suppress me just now? Ning Qi looked down at Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater from the corner of his eyes. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater tried to quibble. They did it because of their clansmen. Their actions have nothing to do with me. I'm only here to invite you to accept an investigation. There's no need for you to kill me. If you kill me with so many eyes here, wouldn't your crime of killing Alchemy Supremacy Berserk Dragon be justified? At that time, there's no need for the Joyous Demon Sect or Immortal King Eternal River to act. You won't even be able to explain yourself to Pill Emperor Bodhi. How about this, let go of me. I'll ask Master to speak on your behalf. Let's see if there's any hope of survival. After being suppressed in the blink of an eye, the Yellow Dragon and Raging Bull cultivators finally came to their senses. When they heard Pill venerate Blackwater's words, they immediately glared at him. If it weren't for the fact that they were severely injured, they would have killed this damned thing before Ning Qi had even done anything. You were the one who slandered me back then. Do you know why I spared your life? Ning Qi smiled. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater was slightly taken aback. Because I knew that one day, you would fall at my hands again. As expected, a mere few thousand years have given you the courage to face me? Ning Qi laughed. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater's expression grew uglier and the fear in his eyes intensified. Just as he was afraid that Ning Qi would hang him on a pillar, Ning Qi said that he wouldn't do that to him. Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Ning Qi was still afraid of the Alchemist Alliance and didn't dare to let others have a hold on him. Men, bring our Wang family's gatekeeper, Lai Kong. Let Alchemy Supremacy Blackwater have a look at him. They can get to know each other better in the future. Ning Qi laughed loudly. Gatekeeper. Chapter 1590. Begin. Half a year passed. During this time, many creators came to the Wang ancestral city for a stroll and left in shock. This happened again and again. In the end, no creators dared to set foot in this place anymore. However, there was a familiar face of Ning Qi. The Alchemist Alliance's highest cultivation level in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, Pill Master Langya. When Wang Lin was injured, Ning Qi used the rank 8 Grand Supreme Return Pill recipe to exchange for a chance to save Wang Lin. Mystic North Ancestor, long time no see. Alchemy Venerable Lang Ye looked at Ning Qi with some emotions. At this moment, he was standing in front of the Wang clan's ancestral shrine. Before he came, he had already sized up the masters of creation on the pillars, especially the undying immortal old man. At this moment, this fellow was only skin and bones left. The shock in his heart was indescribable. If it wasn't for Alchemy Saint Emerald C's death order, he wouldn't have come at all. He also quietly changed the way he addressed Ning Qi to Mystic North Ancestor. After all, there were too many legends about Ning Qi, the mystic true celestial realm Ning Qi, including the suppression of more than 60 creators and the terrifying existence of a 5-calamity creator. After thousands of years, Pill Master Lang Ye has finally stepped into the first calamity creator realm. Congratulations! Ning Qi smiled. Not at all. Compared to Mystic North Ancestor, my cultivation level is nothing, Pill Master Langya smiled. Hee, alchemy Venerable Langya, I wonder why you have come today? Ning Qi smiled. This, Alchemy Master Langya looked hesitant. Then, he said embarrassedly, I've been working for Alchemy Saint Bai Hai recently. He heard that Alchemy Master Blackwater was suppressed by ancestral patriarch Beixian, so he asked me to bring you a message and bring Alchemy Master Blackwater back. What is it? Pill Master Langya, just say it. Ning Qi smiled. Pill Saint Bai Hai said that the Alchemist Alliance already knows Mystic North ancestors' whereabout. In a few days, Pill Emperor Bodhi's disciple will come to take you to the Bodhi Pill vein for trial, Pill Master Langya said awkwardly. Go to the Bodhi Dan vein for trial? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a cold light. With his current battle prowess, even if Pill Emperor Pu Ti were to personally fight him, he would still have to wrestle with him to see who was stronger. As for his disciple, Ning Qi really didn't put him in his heart. Nodding indifferently, Ning Qi said, I already know about this matter. Alchemy Venerable Langya, please go back. However, when you go back, remember to pass on a message to Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea. If he wants to stand up for his disciple, then he should come here himself. What a joke. Gatekeeper. Alchemy Venerate Langya was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Wang Zhong walked over with a dog. The dog had a human head on its back. It was Alchemy Venerate Blackwater. When he saw Alchemy Venerate Langya, he hurriedly cried for help. Alchemy Venerate Langya, hurry and inform Master, let him come save me. No. I want the immortal King Grade Pill Emperors of the Alliance to come and save me. Quick. Pill Sovereign Blackwater? Alchemy Venerate Langya looked at Alchemy Venerate Blackwater with his mouth agape. Alchemy Venerate Blackwater's dog body was pitch black and looked extremely comical. Ning Beixian destroyed my body and placed my head on this dog. I cannot live under the same sky with him. He completely disregarded the Alchemist Alliance's rules. This is the evidence. Alchemy Venerate Mad Dragon also died in his hands. Alchemy Venerate Langya, hurry and send the news to my master. Hurry! Alchemy Venerate Blackwater glared at Ning Qi and barked at Alchemy Venerate Langya. This, Alchemy Venerate Langya looked at Alchemy Venerate Blackwater and then at Ning Qi. Then, he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists at Ning Qi. Patriarch Beixian, I'll be leaving first. Please. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. After Alchemy Venerate Langya left safely, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Ning Qi and sneered. Ning Beixian, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Pill Emperor Bodhi? Just wait for your death. Take this gatekeeper beast away. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong dragged Alchemy Venerate Blackwater away with a smile. You've already become a dog. Don't worry about my patriarch's safety. You should take care of yourself first. Wang Zhong's sincere and heartfelt tone floated in the air. After another half a month, Ning Qi finally looked at the 60 salted fishes on the pillar after making sure that he had established his dominance. Because Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbaric Bull Great Sage's cultivation had been destroyed and they had been exposed to the scorching sun for half a year, they were on their last breath. Ning Qi gently swept his hand, and the two figures disappeared without a trace. When the others saw this, they could not help but reveal a look of horror. Back then, Blackwater Alchemy Venerable had also been like this. Not long after, he had reappeared as a dog. They had already guessed the fate of Yellow Dragon Great Sage and Barbaric Bull Great Sage. Now was it their turn? Patriarch Beixian, I'm willing to give you a treasure I obtained hundreds of thousands of years ago in exchange for my life. The undying deity Old Man said in a hoarse voice, as if he had made an important decision. Oh? What treasure do you have? Ning Qi smiled. The seed of the purple void divine tree. The undying deity Old Man said. Sdhh, the two four tribulation creators of the Yellow Dragon and Barbaric Bull races gasped and looked at the undying deity Old Man in disbelief. This guy had the seed of the Purple Void Divine Tree? Purple Void Divine Tree? What's that? Why do you think a seed can be exchanged for your life? Ning Qi chuckled. The undying deity Old Man fell silent for a while and then said slowly, "Since ancient times, no matter how strong an overlord is, no one has been able to leave this world and go to the legendary immortal realm. But there was once a legend that a nine-tribulation creator planted a seed of the Purple Void Divine Tree. The seed grew and germinated, bringing the creator directly to the legendary immortal realm. There is no proof of this legend, but I am 80% sure that the seed I obtained is the seed of the Purple Void Divine Tree. But I haven't found a way to make it germinate. Otherwise, I would have gone to the immortal realm a long time ago. Oh, it's just a legend, but I'm a little interested in the seed. Give it to me and I might consider sparing your life." Ning Qi smiled. "How about this, let me go first. I hid the seed in the safest place. No one can find it except me. As long as you let me go, I will give you the seed. If you can plant it, you will be able to surpass Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor and go to the immortal realm." The undying deity Old Man said in a low voice. Ning Qi looked at the undying deity Old Man mockingly. "Let you go first? Just stay here obediently. I don't care about the illusory Purple Void Divine Tree." With that, he waved his hand, and a strand of immortal spiritual energy swept through the space between the pillars. Immediately, the heads of a dozen First Tribulation creators rolled off their neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 creation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Soon, the number of creation points reached 100. Ding! The host has reached the advancement requirement. Do you wish to advance to a second tribulation creator? Yes. Chapter 1591. A second tribulation creator. What kind of energy was that? All the cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city looked at the vortex in the sky because they felt a terrifying energy from it. Lightning tribulation? The undying immortal Old Man gaped at Ning Qi. Lightning tribulation? He's about to break through. He killed a dozen First Tribulation creators and started breaking through. Is this a coincidence, or? The more he thought about it, the more terrified the undying immortal Old Man became. His cultivation method was already very mysterious. It could suppress his cultivation and deceive the heavenly Tao to avoid the pain of the lightning tribulation. If he was right, then Ning Qi's cultivation method was even more terrifying. The masters of creation on the pillars opened their eyes one by one and looked at the sky in horror. They were most familiar with the aura of the lightning tribulation, and it was also the most terrifying existence in their lives. Every time they broke through and faced the lightning tribulation, they would not be able to truly control their own lives. It's so close to us. Will we be affected by the lightning tribulation? It's better if we die. We don't want to be humiliated by Ning Beixian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators of the Wang family rushed over. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian? Wang Zhong looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi looked at the vortex in the sky and sneered. Then, he yelled at Wang Zhong and the others, "Don't get close." Then, Ning Qi sat down cross-legged without any intention of resisting the lightning tribulation. The undying immortal Old Man and the others were dumbfounded again. What does he mean? Why didn't he stop the lightning tribulation? Ha ha, he knows he can't stop the lightning tribulation and will die for sure. He's giving up. We're saved. Someone laughed happily. Rumble, the rumbling made the earth tremble. As the vortex in the sky grew deeper and larger, a golden bolt of lightning struck towards Ning Qi. Boom! The lightning entered his body, and most of its energy was quickly digested by Ning Qi's imprisonment dragon elephant art. Only a small portion caused some injuries to Ning Qi. These injuries were like charred skin, necrosis of cells, and broken meridians. But to Ning Qi they weren't serious injuries. He could recover in a day or two. Different from the breakthrough of a major realm, there was only one lightning tribulation this time. After striking Ning Qi, the vortex in the sky gradually disappeared and the sky became clear again. He has overcome the lightning tribulation? The group of people who were looking forward to Ning Qi dying under the thunder tribulation looked at this scene in disbelief. Ning Qi's skin was indeed charred black, like charcoal. It was certain that all his cells were dead, but his chest was rising and falling very gently, which meant that he was still alive. When the members of the Wang clan saw this, they felt that it was very normal. Right now, in their hearts, Ning Qi had already become an invincible existence. However, the undying immortal old man and the others were creators who had been baptized by lightning tribulations. They knew very well how terrifying the power of lightning tribulations was. Every time they underwent a lightning tribulation, they would have to use all sorts of treasures and collect dark artifacts from all over the world in an attempt to weaken the power of the lightning tribulation. Countless prodigies had died to the lightning tribulation. Every time they underwent a lightning tribulation, they would have to spend at least 100 years recuperating, and their wealth would be greatly reduced. This was the real way to overcome the lightning tribulation. But Ning Qi just sat there and overcame the lightning tribulation. They really couldn't understand it. On the second day, Ning Qi's injuries had more or less recovered. However, he still had a lot of energy from the lightning tribulation that he had yet to absorb. Thus, he exchanged for a few days of top-grade training grounds. After absorbing all the energy, his confining dragon-elephant art had already been pushed to the peak of the 7th level. Perhaps in the next lightning tribulation, or at most, he could use this energy to break through to the 8th level of the confining dragon-elephant art. At that time, his overall combat power would multiply by many times. Host: Ning Qi level, 2nd tribulation creator. Creation points: 0/1000 cultivation technique. 7th level of the confining dragon elephant art health points, 1 yuan dragon slaying crystal. 83347 inch just 1000 creation points, and I can break through to the 3rd tribulation creator. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Now that he had reached the creation realm, it was actually easier to level up than when he was in the transcendence realm. He had thought about this before, and there was an explanation that was closer to the answer. That was, the foundation he had built when he was in the transcendence realm allowed the system to re-evaluate his strength and calculate this method of leveling up. Thinking of this, Ning Qi's gaze fell on the group of salted fish. Among them, there were still dozens of 1st Tribulation Masters of Creation and 2nd Tribulation Masters of Creation. Before they could beg for mercy, Ning Qi waved his hand and the Eternal Void Spirit Blade appeared. The heads of the dozens of Masters of Creation instantly fell to the ground. This scene shocked the undying deity Old Man and the others, but it made the cultivators of the Wang family excited, especially Wang Yi and the prodigies of the Wang family who had been taught by Ning Qi. They looked at this scene with fiery eyes, looking forward to the day when they could also reach the level of the mystic North Ancestral Patriarch and kill creators like gods with a wave of their hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 1st Tribulation creator. You have been rewarded with 5 creation points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 2nd Tribulation creator. You have been rewarded with 10 creation points. Ding! Congratulations, host. A total of 180 creation points. Ning Qi's gaze fell on the 3 tribulation creators again. No, Commander Mystic North Ancestral Patriarch, please spare our lives since we are also colleagues of the Alchemist Union. The 3 tribulation creators that Alchemy Venerable Blackwater brought looked at Ning Qi in fear. You are alchemy venerable Blackwater's colleagues, not mine. Since you know he has a grudge against me, you still want to suppress me. You are courting death. If you don't want it, I want it. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. It was an extremely evil smile that scared the three tribulation creators out of their wit. They struggled madly, hoping for a miracle to happen. At the same time, they kept cursing at Ning Qi. The entire Wang family's ancestral city could hear them. On the street, a child asked an old man, "Grandpa, who's cursing then?" "It's the creators who used to be high and mighty. They're about to die, so they're cursing." "Grandpa, are the creators very strong? Why are they so high and mighty?" "Very strong. They can kill you and me with one finger." "Why is such a powerful creator about to die?" "Because they offended the mystic North ancestral patriarch." The child nodded, not really understanding, but the words mystic North ancestral patriarch were deeply imprinted in his heart. Chapter 1592. Chapter 1592. Chapter 1592 Daoyan Reappearance, Ning Beixian. Do you really want to be so ruthless? My Yellow Dragon clan also has an immortal king. Ning Beixian, my ancestor is the manager of the Flying Immortal Market in Dao Flow Immortal City, Immortal King Ox. If you kill me, don't even think of escaping. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, let's make a deal. I can tell you where the seed of the Purple Void Divine Tree is as long as you spare my life. When the remaining three people saw Ning Qi looking at them, their faces immediately revealed panic. They originally thought that the worst that could happen to them was to become dogs, but Ning Qi actually didn't even want them to be dogs. What's there to discuss? Open your eyes wider in your next life. Oh, I forgot, you might not even have a next life. Ning Qi sneered and struck out 3 times. The heads of the undying immortal old man and the other 2 exploded instantly. Their souls left their bodies, and at this time, a netherworld cultivator appeared. It sneakily approached the souls, and a smile seemed to appear on its face. Together with it, Ning Qi crushed the 3 souls into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a 4th tribulation creator. You've received 20 creation points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a 5 tribulation creator. You've received 25 creation points. Ning Qi glanced at his attribute. He had 350 creation points. He was only 650 away from 1,000. The 4 and 5 tribulation masters of creation only increased 5 creation points each, but my experience points increased tenfold. Where am I going to find so many masters of creation in the later stages? Forget it, there will be a way when the car comes to the mountain, and the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it, Ning Qi chuckled. Very quickly, Wang Zhong had people come over to deal with the corpses, but he didn't move the pillars away. The marks on the pillars were enough to prove how many Creator Realm experts had been hung there. This was a battle record, and it was the face of the Wang family when facing their enemies in the future. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, I don't think anyone else will cause trouble for the Wang family anymore. Wang Zhong stood beside Ning Qi and said with a respectful smile, that might not necessarily be the case. There will always be people who are blind. Therefore, the Wang clan must be strong. I can't stay here day and night. Ning Qi chuckled. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian is right. Wang Zhong nodded respectfully, but his gaze fell on Wang Yi and the others who were practicing the Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade in the distance. With them around, it wouldn't take hundreds or even thousands of years for the Wang family to become even more powerful than before. That's right, Ancestor Wang Lin and Ancestor Fei Yuding went to the central continent to find Ancestor Xianzhen. How long has it been since they came back? Ning Qi asked. The 2 ancestral patriarchs would come back every 100 or 200 years. Thanks to the cultivation resources they brought back from time to time, the Wang family was able to survive until you showed up. Wang Zhong whispered. It's been 70 or 80 years since the last time you two left, right? Ning Qi said. Wang Zhong counted on his fingers and nodded. 73 years. Yes. A trace of worry flashed past Ning Qi's eyes. But since the two of them would return once every 100 or 200 years, they presumably hadn't gone to Dao Development Immortal City to go head-to-head with the Eternal River Immortal King. Another month or so passed. Ning Qi didn't see Pil Saint Bai Hai, but Pil Emperor Bodhi's disciple came first. She was a female cultivator, a 6 calamity creator, and a celestial king. Yi Wanjun silently appeared next to Ning Qi, but she didn't attack. Instead, she said calmly, Master asked me to invite you to the Bodhi Pil vein. Yes, let's go. Ning Qi smiled. Yi Wanjun was slightly stunned. She looked at Ning Qi curiously. Before she left, she glanced at the pillar where the undying immortal old man had once been hung. The immortal old man died here? Yi Wanjun whispered. Yes. He died here. Ning Qi nodded. He was a 5 calamity creator before he died? Yi Wanjun asked again. He was half a step away from the divine retribution and becoming a 6 calamity creator. Ning Qi smiled. You're very strong. It's not shameful for little junior brother to die in your hands. Yi Wanjun looked at Ning Qi seriously. Don't you want to avenge your little junior brother? Ning Qi smiled. Cultivators die either at the hands of their enemies or by the divine retribution. Yi Wanjun said expressionlessly. You're quite open-minded. But before going to the Bodhi Pil vein, I need to go to Dao Development Celestial City first. Do you have any objections? Ning Qi smiled. You're going to see Heng He Immortal King? Yi Wanjun was slightly startled. Yes. Ning Qi nodded calmly. No objections. Let's go, Dao Development Celestial City. Heng He Immortal King had once said that Ning Qi was not allowed to take half a step into the city. However, Ning Qi had broken this rule long ago. The last time he entered, he killed Lai Kong. This time, Ning Qi didn't hide his identity and entered the city side by side with Yi Wanjun openly. Dao Development Celestial Palace. Mu Lingqing walked into the palace in a hurry. After making several turns, he finally met Immortal King Heng He, who was walking out of the palace with a few other immortal kings, at the entrance of the Crystal Palace. In the distance, Immortal King Pudu was alone. When he saw Mu Lingqing, his eyes seemed to linger on him for a moment. Lingqing, what brings you here? Heng He Immortal King frowned slightly. A hint of hesitation appeared on Mu Lingqing's face. At this moment, the other immortal kings laughed and said, Is there something that we can't hear? Then we'll leave first. Wait, is there anything that we can't hear? Heng He Immortal King stopped them with a smile. Then, he looked at Mu Lingqing and asked, What's the matter? Mu Lingqing saw this and knew that he couldn't tell Heng He Immortal King alone. So, he said in a low voice, Someone reported that Ning Beixian has appeared in Dao Development Celestial City. Ning Beixian? The Immortal King's expressions immediately turned strange. In the distance, Immortal King Pudu also stopped and looked over. There was a look of reminiscence on his face. Thousands of years ago, that kid named Ning Beixian had given him a lot of surprises. Unfortunately, he had shown off too much and offended too many people. He just came to Dao Development Celestial City? Ah, take me to see him. Heng He Immortal King was slightly startled at first, then he laughed loudly. There's one more thing. Mu Lingqing hesitated and said, Ning Beixian came with Yi Wanjun. Yi Wanjun? Are you sure? Why are they with each other? Heng He Immortal King's expression instantly became ugly. It's absolutely true. It's indeed Yi Wanjun. I won't be wrong. Mu Lingqing said in a low voice. Since Fairy Wanjun is here, we'll have to go and meet her. The other immortal king's eyes lit up slightly. At their cultivation level, it was very difficult to find a suitable Tao companion. Yi Wanjun was an outstanding female cultivator. She was one of the Tao companions that many immortal kings in the central mainland wanted to pursue. Then, everyone, come with me. Chapter 1593. Chapter 1593. Chapter 1593. If you want to fight, fight. That's Fairy Wanjun? Hiss. I never imagined that I would actually be able to see Fairy Wanjun with my own eyes today. I really didn't come to Dao Yen Immortal City for nothing this time. I wonder who will be lucky enough to get close to her in the future. If I can become Fairy Wanjun's Dao partner, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 100,000 years. Fairy Wanjun is one of Dan D. Bodhi's most valued disciples. Although her alchemy skills are not high, her cultivation talent is frighteningly strong. If you can bring her home, Dan D. Bodhi's dowry will be enough for you to cultivate for a lifetime. I'm afraid I won't have such a chance in this lifetime, unless I can become a celestial king in the future. Within Dao Flow Immortal City, many third tribulation, fourth tribulation, and human cultivators would stop moving when they saw Yi Wanjun, and they revealed a trace of admiration in their eyes. On the other hand, those cultivators below the creation realm didn't even dare reveal admiration, and they only dared to look at Yi Wanjun respectfully. The guy beside him. It seems to be the murderer of the Eternal River Celestial King's beloved disciple. The Ning Beixian who killed Lai Kong, the direct disciple of Heng He Immortal King in the Flying Celestial Market and is wanted by the Alchemist Union? I heard that he used to be the sect master of a certain sect. Oh right, it's the War God Temple. It's said that it was built in an extremely remote place, but it was still found later. Now, there are only a few disciples left in the War God Temple, right? Could it be that he's here for revenge against the Eternal River Immortal King? Impossible. What was his cultivation? What was the cultivation level of the Eternal River Celestial King? He dared to seek revenge on the Eternal River Celestial King? I think Fairy Wanjun brought him here to apologize to Heng He Immortal King. The crowd silently guessed. But very soon they didn't need to guess anymore. That was because 4 figures walked over. One of them was the Heng He Immortal King. Fairy Wanjun. Before the Eternal River Celestial King could speak, the 3 celestial kings beside him had already greeted Yi Wanjun with smiles on their faces. Yi Wanjun nodded. The Eternal River Immortal King's gaze landed on Ning Qi as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Yi Wanjun. Fairy Wanjun, this is the person who killed my beloved disciple. Did you bring him here to apologize? Yi Wanjun said indifferently, I'm just accompanying him to Dao Expansion, Immortal City. What's the attitude of your alchemist alliance? The Eternal River Immortal King narrowed his eyes. Master asked me to bring him to the Bodhi Dan vein. Before that, he is still the Alchemist Union's commander. Yi Wanjun said lightly. When the other immortal kings heard this, they immediately understood Yi Wanjun's attitude. In other words, Yi Wanjun's attitude was the attitude of the Alchemist Alliance, the attitude of Pil Emperor Pu Ti. They couldn't help but look at Heng He Immortal King gloatingly. If Pil Emperor Pu Ti had such an attitude, it was very likely that Heng He Immortal King wouldn't be able to avenge his beloved disciple today. If this matter was spread out, it would damage the prestige of an immortal king. Immortal King Pudu walked over from a distance, picked a random corner, and watched quietly. Is that Ning Beixian? Eldest senior brother, is he the one who killed Li Chengtian? On the spacious street, a few more groups of people walked over. Whether it was the cultivators of the human race or the other races, after seeing the clothes of these people, they all chose to keep a distance. However, some of the disciples of the sects went up to them to curry favor, because these people were the geniuses of the 7 great sections. Zhao Lang from the Delightful Demons sect looked at Ning Qi coldly. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He had seen the battle between Ning Qi and Pill Emperor Mu Yi. Although Ning Qi didn't win, the combat strength he displayed was extremely terrifying. He didn't expect that after thousands of years, he would appear in Dao Development Celestial City again. This kid's cultivation base seems to be at the second tribulation creator level? Xiao Wei from the Six Paths of Reincarnation sect looked at Ning Qi in surprise. If he remembered correctly, Ning Qi's cultivation base wasn't even at the half-step creation realm thousands of years ago. This kid already had that kind of combat strength back then. Now, I'm afraid his combat strength is even more extraordinary, Yu Feng from the Mental Demons sect thought to himself. However, I heard that he killed Lai Kong, the direct disciple of Heng He Immortal King. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to walk out of Dao Development Celestial City today. The corners of Duanmu Chang's mouth curled up slightly. Fu Ji from the Yin Yang sect, Zhan Donglai from the Battle sect, and Sakya Rui from the Nine Phantasms Ancient Temple looked at Ning Qi with slightly strange expressions when they heard this. The seven of them had brought more junior brothers and sisters to Dao Development Celestial City this time than the last time. So they practically filled the entire path as soon as they arrived, and the cultivators that came later could only look for other angles to view this place. Does your master mean that my disciple died in vain? Heng He Immortal King roared with laughter as he stared fixedly at Yi Wanjun. Yi Wanjun frowned slightly, and her gaze descended onto Ning Qi as if she was asking him why he wasn't making a move. Ning Qi smiled and said to Heng He Immortal King, Lai Kong isn't dead. As an immortal king, why are you so ill-informed? I transformed him into a gatekeeper, one with a human head and the body of a dog, to guard the residents and ward off evil. What do you mean by that? Heng He Immortal King turned his gaze and looked coldly at Ning Qi. I don't mean anything. I remember saying a long time ago that the next time I see you, I'll take your head. My words are still valid today. Why don't we find a place and have a fight? Ning Qi said with a smile. Hiss, the nearby cultivators, the cultivators from the famous sects in the central continent, and Xiao Wei from the seven major sects all gasped when they heard Ning Qi's words. The three immortal kings beside Heng He Immortal King glanced at Ning Qi. After confirming that Ning Qi was only a second tribulation creator, their eyes were filled with deep curiosity. How could a second tribulation creator challenge a sixth tribulation creator so calmly and calmly? There must be something fishy about this. In the distance, Immortal King Pudu glanced at Ning Qi. When he discovered that Ning Qi had already become a second tribulation creator, a trace of doubt that no one else had yet discovered rose in his heart. Where did this kid go to obtain the fortune and become a creator? Could it be that he discovered a void domain? Ha 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 ha! Heng He Immortal King threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was as loud as thunder. It was as if he had heard a terrible joke. After a dozen breaths, his laughter gradually stopped. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Little guy, are you really going to take my head? You'd better think about it carefully, lest the Alchemist Alliance behind you say that I, Heng He Immortal King, am bullying the weak. When he said this, Heng He Immortal King gave Yi Wanjun a mocking look, but Yi Wanjun didn't say anything. This made Heng He Immortal King even more certain. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chapter 1594. Chapter 1594. Chapter 1594. Wait till you count the money. The smile on Eternal River Immortal King's face gradually faded. He glanced at Ning Qi indifferently, then at Yi Wanjun. If I kill him here, would Pill Emperor Bodhi have any objections? Yi Wanjun said lightly, You'll only know after you kill him. Haha, good. Fairy Wanjun is quite straightforward. The eternal river immortal king laughed coldly, and then he looked at Ningqi. There's a battle arena in Dao Expansion Immortal City. I'll accompany you to have some fun today. As soon as he finished speaking, Eternal River Celestial King turned around and left. The three Celestial Kings by his side exchanged a few more words with Yi Wanjun before they chased after Eternal River Celestial King. How confident are you? Yi Wanjun's voice rang in Ningqi's mind. 110%. Ningqi looked at the back of He Immortal King and smiled. 110%? Yi Wanjun subconsciously furrowed her brows, but when she saw that Ningqi was already walking towards the battle arena, her brows gradually relaxed. She really wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of trump card a second tribulation creator would have against a sixth tribulation creator, to be able to confidently say that he was 100% confident. Let's go too. Yes. This kind of battle is not to be missed. Xiao Wuya and the others glanced at each other before smiling at each other, and then they walked towards the arena in unison. The news of Ningqi wanting to compete with the Eternal River Immortal King was like an enormous rock that smashed into the lake that was Dao Development Immortal City. Originally, there were many people that didn't know Ningqi's name and background, and they couldn't help but inquire about it from others. When they found out that Ningqi had killed the beloved disciple of the Eternal River Immortal King in the Ascension Immortal Market and escaped unscathed, they were instantly interested. Flying Immortal Market. The manager, Immortal King Ox, was listening to the reports of his subordinates, and then his bull eyes swept past the 8 subordinates present here before he said indifferently, "It's rare for an Immortal King to enter the arena in Dao Expansion Immortal City. Our soaring Immortal Market must be a large banker for such a competition. Follow my instructions and unify the odd." "Boss, how should we deal with the odds?" According to the news, Ning Beixian is only a second tribulation creator. How can he be a match for a sixth tribulation creator? One of Immortal King Ox's subordinates said in a low voice. Then let's make it 100 to 1. Immortal King Ox sneered. If that trash Heng He wins, then 100 to 1. If that human brat wins, then 1 to 1. 100 to 1? Boss, this is a loss-making business. You must not do it. Immortal King Ox's subordinates tried to persuade him. It's decided then. Immortal King Ox waved his hand. In next to no time, the various bookmakers in Dao Development Immortal City received the instructions of Immortal King Ox, and they set out the odds, causing those gamblers to be unable to help but stomp their feet and curse. 100 to 1? Only the Bull Demon King could open one. Isn't this a scam? Just be satisfied. You're clearly giving away money. I have 3,000 Dao of flourishing immortal coins, and I'll bet them all on the Eternal River Celestial King. Then, I'll earn 30 Dao of flourishing immortal coins. It'll be like picking them up for free. What's there to be dissatisfied about? But the odds are still too low. Why is it that even the odds for an upset are only 1? Perhaps the Bull Demon King thinks highly of that fellow called Ning Beixian? No matter what, he's only a second tribulation master of creation. The best battle record of those geniuses that possess the potential to become true immortals is surmounting a realm to fight a third tribulation master of creation, right? A second tribulation master of creation against a sixth tribulation? I've never heard of it. Dao Development Immortal City's arena. This was a place that Dao Development Immortal City used for those fellows that had enmity with each other to enter the arena and fight openly. A certain amount of commission was collected according to the cultivation of the person that entered the arena. A portion of this commission was used to maintain the defensive formations on the arena, and a portion of it was used to support the staff within the arena. Everyone were cultivators, so they would surely fight for treasures of the heavens and the earth when they occasionally went out and encountered them. In the end, it was unavoidable that there would be enmity between them. So practically every single day, There were at least 30 to 50 life and death battles on the arena. The battle between Ningqi and the Eternal River Immortal King had already been arranged, and there were still over 10 life and death battles before their turn. Because the background of the arena was the Immortal Market, even the Eternal River Immortal King didn't have the qualifications to make them arrange a battle in advance. The number of spectators grew more and more. Some cultivators that didn't know what was going on and were fighting on the arena instantly felt their blood boil, and they thought that so many spectators had come because of them. In next to no time, when a victor was decided and they left the arena, only then did they find out that it was because the Eternal River Immortal King was going to battle someone here, and his opponent was even a second tribulation master of creation. Those fellows hurriedly looked for gambling houses to place their bet. How could they let go of such free money? The following cultivators that entered the arena were slightly inattentive, and they seemed to casually fight a few times before leaving the arena. If they fought for a long time, then they would be insulted by the spectators below the arena. Get the fuck down here. We're here to watch the Eternal River Immortal King. I know the two of you. If you still don't come down, then I'll fucking challenge the two of you to a battle tomorrow. Words like these caused some people to directly cancel the battle. Here's your bet ticket. The backstage of the arena was different from the front stage. Only the participants and the staff could enter. However, this rule was obviously useless for Yi Wanjun and the group of Immortal Kings. Yi Wanjun walked to Ningqi's side and handed him a golden ticket. There was a number on it, 300,000. Thank you. The odds for me, an underdog, is only 1. 1? You really think too highly of me. Ningqi smiled and put away the golden ticket. The Eternal River Immortal King sat not far away, and his gaze landed on Ningqi. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Fairy Wanjun, I wonder if you bought it? This is a rare opportunity to make money, you won't let it go, right? Ningqi smiled. Yi Wanjun hesitated for a moment, then said calmly, I bought 100,000. Who did you bet on to win? Ningqi smiled. Eternal River Immortal King. Yi Wanjun said. Eternal River Immortal King's side immediately chuckled. I bet 1 million, you win. Yi Wanjun followed with a cold expression, as if the 1 million Tao Evolution celestial coins were not important to her. Eternal River Immortal King's expression changed slightly, and he sneered, Fairy Wanjun, your alchemist alliance is really united. Yi Wanjun looked at him seriously. It's not united, it's just that I have confidence in him. Your chances of beating him are not too high. Eternal River Immortal King's eyes burned with anger, and he stood up immediately. Then let's wait and see. Then, he walked toward an arched door in front of him. Wait to count the money. Ningqi smiled at Yi Wanjun, then stood up and walked toward the arched door. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.